Oh, hello.
So, yeah, thank you for coming along. We are going to do I've been organising this for weeks and now I'm absolutely shitting myself. As soon as someone crits something or laughs, I'll feel comfortable again. We are going to go through a Greek. Thank you, you've laughed, I'm fine now. So, we're going to go through a Greek one shot in the style of Theros. Got 4 players. One of the main purposes of this is all the combat maps we're going to see have been made by the Mad Cartographer. So you should have a ticker across the bottom of the screen there with a link to their Patreon. They do excellent maps, and this is part of their Theros theme, and they're currently doing a Strahd and Frost Maiden theme. I'm very aware that out of kind of nerves and want to over prep, I sent you all a brief primer document, which was actually, I think, 7 pages long and probably longer than the primer for some campaigns. It was wide margins though, so it wasn't too crazy. I've put a little bit of that in the intro here for what we're going to do tonight. The characters already know each other, so I'll just go through a little bit of background and then we'll hand over to players and get straight into it. Is the music volume okay over me for players, or should I tweak the music down a little bit?
I mean, I just turned it down. It's fine for me.
I just turned it down on mine, but I think it's okay.
Okay. So you already know that this takes place in Meletis. So Meletis... And my screen immediately froze. There we go. Jesus Christ! Meletis is a sprawling polis, or city, set on the shores of the Siren Sea. It's the largest polis in all of Theros and serves as home to countless progressive thinkers, pious thaumaturges, and until relatively recently, a council of wise oracles. Born from the defeat of tyranny, to this day Meletis pursues the ideals of free thought, societal betterment, and reinvention over stagnation and totalitarianism. In the world of Theros, oracles serve as messengers of the gods. Oh, I've got a sub. My God. And a conduit between the divine and mortals. It's through the very existence of the oracles that people are able to call upon and channel the power of the divine. An oracle cannot be trained, but is called. An oracle being able to sense the time when their death draws near will select a young girl fated to receive her gift. These children have unfathomable power and potential, but are still just children. 5 years ago, in events taking place in the backstory to tonight's adventure, 7 out of 8 Meletis' oracles were assassinated in a single night, crippling countless aspects of arcane and industrial life within the city and causing a massive cultural tragedy. On that night, 4 unrelated individuals received separate dreams that led them to the Temple of the Oracles, where they found the final oracle being attacked by her would-be assassins. Banding together, they slew those assassins and met each other and the last oracle of Meletis, Madame Evangelia. This marked the start of a 2-year campaign that would lead the group to unravel the conspiracy surrounding the assassinations, culminating in the group facing off an army led by warlord Icarius the Stonefist outside the gates of the city. They succeeded and were forevermore hailed as the giant slayers of Meletis. Today, though, is a bittersweet day. Madame Evangelia has made it known to the 12 that her end draws near. A young girl, Andromeda, has been identified by Evangelia, I'm not going to do the Eva thing every time, as being her replacement and has spent the last several weeks in the care of the Council of 12. Tonight, the sacred ceremony takes place atop the pillar known as the Oracle's Rise, where Evangelia will pass her divine spark onto the next oracle. It marks an occasion that is observed and respected by all of Meletis. Somber respect paid to the outgoing and soon-to-die oracle, and celebrating the induction of the new and the preservation of the last remaining oracle line in Meletis. As heroes of Meletis, instrumental in saving the life of Evangelia and therefore ensuring today's transfer of power is even possible, the group have been invited as the most sacred and honoured guests to observe the ceremony and to stand by Evangelia's side. She was a great spiritual support to them during their campaign to defeat Icarius, and once her power is transferred, she will spend what little time she has left. And this is where we pick up with the four heroes already familiar with each other, ascending along with most of Meletis to the shrine where the ceremony will take place. Now, although the characters all know each other, you as players do not. So can I please ask you to introduce yourselves and tell us a little about yourselves, starting with Monkey.
Greetings, I am playing as Vulcan Iatopoulos. Vulcan cuts an impressive figure, 6 feet tall, and built with as a man built for battle and practiced at it. Due to his Nyx-born nature, when the sun shines on him just right, his skin glimmers with a kind of golden sheen. He's kitted out with a golden circular shield on his left hand and usually seen wielding a spear in his right. He has a flowing red cape and a crested helmet on.
And not much else.
No.
Next, can we have Jack?
No. Yes, fine. Hello, I'm Jack. And I'm playing Aerolus. So Aerolus stands taller than most of her satyr kin, and has done so long before her travels transformed her into this fascinating specimen you see before you. However, where most satyrs retain a more defined separation between their humanoid and goat-like attributes, the separation has blurred considerably so. Over time spent interplanar hopping, Aerolus's form has evolved into a more goat or fawn-like appearance, complete with a set of 4 elaborate horns, long faunish ears, skin covered in a thin layer of velvety tan fur, and opalescent goat eyes. She's adorned in an array of baubles and trinkets that string from the string of flowers and ribbons that decorate her horns and chainmail armor to these strange bug-eyed goggles that she wears around her neck. She also has this short bow that looks pretty simple, but the quiver of arrows, you see that there's only 4, and each of them appears to have a separate quality. One looks as if it's kind of frost covered. Another looks like it's covered in small vines. Another in flowers, and then another in kind of like this these kind of glowing embers.
Nice. Thank you very much. Juan, would you like to go next?
Yes. Hello, my name's Juan, and I'll be playing Sophia. You are going to see a small little satyr that's hopping from place to place, very bubbly and incredibly curious, all things considered. She seems to be quite fascinated by everything that's around her, constantly looking up and trying to butter herself into other people's conversations, being completely fascinated by the most mundane of things that are produced by people. You see her now keep moving from one side to the other, her blue horns glistening a bit, as you can see that she takes quite a lot of pride in her appearance as a satyr. But also, a bit unlike her brethren, she does seem to adore herself with several trinkets which she has probably acquired on her travels. More human-like clothes, or occasionally elven. Trinkets specific to different other people and different other cultures seems to make up her grand appearance so far. You also see a couple of mushrooms that he seemed to have caught on to her clothes, either because she never bothered to brush them off or because she just enjoys their little company around them. You don't know, and she probably does not care.
Brilliant, thank you. And then finally, Serena.
I am playing Eurydice Lucius, with pale ghost-like skin, hair as dark as the night, wearing a red cloak and shining golden armor. She stands as a holy avenger with an intense face and sharp features. Her lips are always wet with what looks like blood, and on her left wrist is a pair of snake bites. She is a Nyx-born, and her characteristic is that she was rescued from the underworld and took on supernatural characteristics when returned to life.
Excellent. Thank you very much, everyone. So you arrived in Meletis. Here is a shot of the wide port. It's up to you, really, on if you had, since your last adventures concluded several years ago, if any of you would have remained with each other, what your business would have been, or if you would have travelled off separately. but by whatever means you choose, you have each answered the summons from Madame Evangelia to remain with her and to take part in this ceremony. So the evening has drawn in, and like most of the city, you begin the rise up to the shrine. So at the back of the city, there is a large temple at the top of a geographically unlikely cliff. We're talking very much in the way of, I'm sure you'll have all seen 300, but it's old enough now that remembering it is quite difficult. A shrine very much like this. You might remember that Leonidas felt the need to climb up it, even though there was a perfectly suitable round path going up, but he obviously wanted to show how Chad he was. You see that what looks like almost all of Melitus is ascending up with you. It's a cold evening, so there are many hoods and cloaks, and the circular path going up is just thronged with people. You yourselves have a bit of an honor guard. You are absolutely revered in Melitus as the giant slayers. You saved the city from absolute destruction several years ago. Those of you who drink I've found that it's been impossible to pay for your own drinks or any sort of service like that in the city for the last couple of years. So maybe you would have chosen to have never left, who knows? But yeah, you are stared at and gawked at openly, and people reach out and try and touch you where they can. As you are marching along together up this hill, up this rise, what are you all doing?
I'm coming a bit closer to the team, and I'm just kind of asking, is there something on my face? Why is everybody looking at me?
It might be the mushrooms.
What's wrong with them? Don't people usually grow mushrooms on them?
Not that I've seen, but I've seen plenty eating them, so it's nice that you have a little snack.
Usually, mushrooms grow on people when they've died, but you look fine. You look great.
That's what I'm most familiar with. Eurydice's just going to sort of pick one of the mushrooms off and look at it curiously. This is her first time back, I think, in Melitus. She's been sort of with her friends in the underworld, so she's sort of taking in all of the sights. This is a very new experience for her because she hasn't been here in quite some time.
I'd say it's a similar thing for Airless. She has a tendency to bounce around quite a bit, and she probably hasn't seen the rest of you in years, but or at least in her head years. But there's a strange sense of like slipping into familiarity with the city and everyone that she knows, so it doesn't feel too distant.
In a similar vein, Vulcan has probably been distracted from city life with his ongoing grudge against the Minotaur god of warfare, Mogis, and all of his followers. So I imagine in the meantime he's been out hunting down as many of those as he can. But of course it is fantastic to see all of you again. It's great to be among such powerful allies once more.
Yeah, have you been? Your skin looks a bit more lustrous than the last time I saw you.
Oh, thank you. I've been moisturizing.
Fantastic.
Can you tell me the story of how that happened? Sophia asks you, stars in her eyes.
Vulcan?
Sorry, say it again.
Sophia asks you, can you tell me how you come about that story? How did that happen to you?
Which bit?
She points at you in general.
Oh, this is since birth. It turns out, I didn't find out for many a year, but it turns out that my mother is not of this plane. She was a nymph, and my father, through deeds of great battle and winning many a victory, he wooed her, and thus I was born. I guess I retain some of her magical heritage.
Wow. Amazing. She says, completely honest.
Aerolus leans into Eurydice. I'm pretty sure he's told her this story at least 4 times.
It never gets boring to watch a reaction, though, does it?
No, not at all.
And how have
Well,
you
I
been?
couldn't say I tire of talking about my victories, so you know.
Or your abs.
Of course, I work hard on these.
When is this ceremony to begin? I am getting a bit restless.
Usually they time it quite well so that once the important people arrive at the top, it'll get started right away.
I think we're probably important people. What other important people are there?
As you say, I think we're probably important people. I imagine that it might sink in that you probably have about 100 pairs of eyes on you at the moment. You are basically you're near enough the D&D equivalent of the Beatles to this city.
You're ready
Yeah,
to
but
see
who's the Ringo?
Eurydice, on noticing these eyes, is just going to pull her cloak a little tighter. For all of the glory of this group, she's not quite used to the attention that she's gotten.
On the other hand, Vulcan stands tall and, as a bonus action, activates his cloak of billowing to look even more lustrous.
Fabulous. Fabulous.
I don't know if your microphone's a bit different tonight, Monkey, but I'm getting lots of like pops from you. I don't know if you're closer to it than you normally are, or if you're in a different sort of setting.
I will move it further away.
Cool. Yeah, so I did notice that you had a cloak of billowing.
Of course. Essential adventurer's item.
Absolutely.
Were you supposed to say
hero's
something? Sorry,
item.
Jack.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say that Aerolus is, in contrast to Eurydice and Vulcan, she just kind of seems pretty aloof. She's striding through this crowd with the party, but doesn't seem to be acknowledging the various pairs of eyes and adoring speech that's being thrown their way.
Okay. It's quite a long walk. You see, as you make each pass around the cliffside, you get an increasingly impressive view of Meletis from higher and higher, about 100 feet higher each time, and around the other side, just a lookout over the bay and into the hills of the Theros region. It just gets a little bit tiring, and the sun properly dips and gives way to night. You begin to see flame light washing down from the shrine above, and you emerge up at the top. Oh, which I can't get my other thing to get. There we go, closed. Just for the sake of all our sanity, I know I've described hundreds and hundreds of people. I have not put hundreds and hundreds of commoner tokens up here because it would just become nightmarish. But rest
I
assured,
think you're slacking.
yeah, it's true. It's absolutely true. As you arrive up here, you see the area is filled with hundreds of Meletis citizens, and also a couple of other more familiar faces. This is the first of tonight's maps. You see several people. First is a friend to all of you from your previous adventures, the captain of the guard of Meletis, a large, powerfully built leonin called Lycusis Twice Bitten. He turns his head to you, sort of being head and shoulders over most of the crowd, and immediately sees your arrival and bares his teeth in a wide, earnest grin. Pretty much pushes the soldier out the way he was talking to and strides over. Who is at the front of your group?
Vulcan has to be in the front wherever he's going.
Does he? It's a bit Shariah, that, mate. He comes striding over with a grin and just reaches out with a massive, this is a predator handshake he goes for. Vulcan! And shakes your arm by the elbow for far too long.
Give him a nice tight grip.
It's so good to see you all. Eurydice.
She'll sort of give a curtsy very formally.
Sophia. And he'll put an arm around and pull her into a tight hug.
Hello, friend. She says, already hugging him back. How have you been? How you doing? Got any interesting stories for us?
Ah, many. And Arelis, yes, hello. Sort of scratches a bit of his mane away.
Arelis very gently reaches out and kind of strokes his chin scruff a bit and kind of puts her fingers through his mane. So good to see you again.
You've all kept well, yes?
Yes. How about you?
Life has been very boring. My limp went about a year ago. Since then, training new recruits, training for tonight. His face takes on a bit of a more somber look.
Oh,
Yes.
very sorry, friend.
What could you possibly be training for?
Training
Do you
new
anticipate-
recruits. Training new recruits. We lost so many in the defense of the city, and it takes years to turn young boys and girls into good guards.
Does it seem like you might be needing more soldiers soon?
There is always another Akarios.
Duty can be quite burdensome, I know. But I'm sure they're in great hands. The best hands, really. Or paws.
And how are you all doing about tonight? Have you seen Evangelia yet?
No, we haven't yet, but we're going there.
She seems at peace with whatever time she has left.
Oh, it's going to be fine. Your man is going to take good care of her.
Yes. And as he's saying this, you hear a bit of a dry chuckle, and a very familiar face to you all comes over. Doesn't look particularly ancient in her build, but she's definitely moving with a stiffness and a bit of difficulty that she didn't the last time you saw her. Evangelia has pale eyes, as in the art, and her hair is as you see there. It is just constantly, in a way that I imagine in the world of Theros, and particularly with having a couple of Nyx born in your immediate group, would not be the most outlandish thing to yourselves, but her hair is just a jet black void in which you see dancing, sparkling constellations and starlight. Her features are youthful, but her hands and just her general way she's holding herself just speaks to someone who is exhausted. Evangelia was your main support. She was kind of your Zordon in your campaign a few years ago. Whether your individual relationships with her, however you feel they may have been, she has always maintained a fiercely sort of maternal, hard love but maternal attitude towards you all. And she smiles now as she comes over.
Eurydice is like almost giddy to see her, and she just sort of goes over and wraps her in a hug and whispers a bit of a silent prayer to Persephone and to keep her safe and strong in this trying time. And she's sort of crying a little bit, but it's not normal tears. It's almost like bloody tears in the corner of her eyes.
And even as you pull her into a hug, you can feel you can feel that she is thinner and definitely bonier than when you last saw her and hugged her.
Yeah, that just makes her heart break a little bit.
Careful, careful, my dear. I don't want you to get burned.
From somewhere from behind, she's probably also feeling Sophia hugging her rather gingerly, but no doubt just as strongly. Also saying, "It's good to see you again, Evangelina."
Anyone not going in for a hug will see that as these additional people are hugging her, she is trying to find more athletic ways of keeping her fully lit cigarette away from nudging into anyone. She's having a full-blown smoke.
Aerolus goes up to her, and instead of a full warm embrace, she just kind of gently places her hand on her upper shoulder. Dear, what happened to the pipe I gave you?
I save that for better things. For good stuff.
Oh, of course. Well, I know that tonight is both exhilarating and trepidatious, but I'm sure you're ready for the next part of your journey, yes?
As long as, or as short as it may last, absolutely. I'm very excited not to have to listen to the panicked warblings of men of office, seeking omens. Oh, it'd be marvellous not to have to put up with any of it.
I certainly hope that Andromeda is up to the challenge.
As much as any young girl is.
Either way, it's certainly an honor to have been invited to see her ascension.
None of this would have been possible without any of you. So it is only fitting. And also, if I couldn't get you to come back to the city to see me in any other way, what better excuse to not be ignored than my impending death?
We'd never miss a funeral.
Oh, I know. Too much free wine for you.
Guilty. But listen, I admire your spirit, and if anything, remember that this is not the end. This is just a new beginning for you.
I know this more than most, I think. As you're talking, you see you're being watched by a young elven girl stood near the brazier who doesn't approach and is surrounded by several attendants and elderly priests who are endlessly chattering away. And you can, even without having ears on them, you can see the sort of people they are, the manner in which they're talking. You know these are people who are just reeling off pomp and, ceremony and lengthy instructions that it's important to follow. And the girl is kind of torn between paying attention to them and a insatiable curiosity about yourselves. She's been adorned with face paint and ceremonial dress as well, which will be part of the ceremony.
Is that her?
It is a lot of pressure. Unfair pressure for a child. At least I was one of 8. Now she is the only. But there is nothing to be done about it. I cannot pass my powers on to more than one.
Well, then we shall make her transition as smooth as possible then, at least for tonight.
As quick as possible too, I hope. She looks at Sophia, who looked like she was about to speak.
She is allowed to speak, right? Not sure how this works.
Sophia? Yeah, just I thought you were about to speak a second ago.
Yes, I'm. She was asking if she is if Andromeda is allowed to speak.
Oh, sorry. Of course. It's very rare to get the girl to actually speak up, though. I think the politicians will like her. An oracle who listens and doesn't tell. Most often, people just want validation for what they came here, deciding they already wanted to hear.
No, but that's boring. And Sophia is going to hop on a bit closer to Andromeda and say, "Hi, my name is Sophia. It's a pleasure to meet you."
The collection of like prelates and priests around and just look absolutely horrified at this break in decorum, but a couple of them very quickly realise that they've been interrupted, yes, but by one of the giant slayers of Meletis, and the first instinct to be quite disgruntled and shoo you away quickly turns into a, oh god, I hope she can't see that I looked annoyed. And they all kind of just step back with a bit of bowed heads, and the girl just gives you a bit of a nervous nod and says, "It is very nice to meet you."
I nodded there. So, how are you feeling about tonight? Nervous?
Yes, tremendously so.
It's all right. We have your back.
My back, it's just it's not like that. It's just a lot for me to take on. It is an enormous responsibility. Nothing will happen, surely. You're reading too much into the fact this is a combat map.
No, I'm looking at you and I'm just saying, you know what? I know what to do against nerves. And I pull out the mushroom and get, here, you can have a friend.
A friend? Is it not to be? I cannot take anything. That's forbidden.
Oh.
What does it do?
Well, it can grow on people. You can also eat them, I suppose. Or at least that's what my friends are telling me.
Oh, I thought that's what you were giving it to me for. Is it not a forbidden hallucinogen? I've been listening to too many tutors. I apologize. Thank you very much. And she reaches out and delicately takes the mushroom and immediately tucks it into a pocket.
Sophia is smiling at her and giving her a wave there. Okay, if you want to speak with us, we'll be over here. I think your guards are going to start shooing me away soon, so bye-bye.
Goodbye. It's absolutely packed up here now. Aralis?
Yeah, I was going to say that when Sophia comes back to us, she's going to go over to Sophia. I saw you with the mushrooms. Do you happen to have any of the more arcane ones on you?
I don't know. And she's looking around. Will this one do? She says, pulling out a random one because she's not exactly sure exactly the ones that you're wanting, but she's trying her best.
I would say that, and DM, if you would allow me, to make maybe like a nature check or something to see if she has the appropriate kind of fungus on her.
Go for it, yeah. With your experience of hopping through the wilds and the plains as well, you know your shrooms, so make it with advantage.
Ooh.
A 13.
Yeah, you identify. You can visibly tell by the sort of the coloration around the head of the mushrooms which ones have the more outlandish and arcanish properties. You identify one that you know would become quite poisonous if cooked. So you see which ones have potential and which ones to avoid.
Yeah, I'll pick if you'll allow me, and she'll reach out for one of the more colorful mushrooms. One of them with the more kind of like psychedelic coloring.
Sure, go for it.
Yeah. Then Aralis takes it, pops it in her mouth, crunches a bit, and smiles.
Poison.
You've died.
One character down. You hear a gong, and people who have been kind of chatting away, making small talk, all begin to pay attention to the center. And there is not a gong. Do you know what? The gong sound effect didn't work. Instead, the closest thing I have to a gong sound effect we can do is no. Yeah, we'll go with a good old shield block.
Here, I've got one for you. Gong.
Yeah, I'll do. It's the gong. This is the sound it makes. It's up against the wall. There's not much vibration from it. Excellent gonging. Thank you. You get inspiration for that gong.
Really?
I've put it on your character sheet. So everybody starts to pay attention towards the brazier, and Madame Evangelia kind of goes to each of you and just strokes your cheek one by one, and then goes to hand her cigarette over to Aralis, but then takes another drag and decides otherwise and keeps it with her and steps back over. And the ceremony begins. The priest... Let me kill that off. How about music on for a long time? The priest begins to speak a long, somber speech about the touch of the gods, the essence and the meaning of divinity, and the grave responsibility of the oracles that soon threatens to turn more into a ritualized history lesson of the last 5 years and the troubles Meletis has faced. Aralis, though nothing is being said by them, you quickly discern the difference in attitudes towards the outgoing and incoming oracles. The young Andromeda is deathly somber, her lips moving slightly, almost imperceptibly, and you're quite certain that she's committed the entire ceremony to memory and has followed it along herself. In stark comparison is Evangelia, who stands with a slightly forced smile and a noticeable impatience of this to be over. The smoke from her cigarette is quite visible, and you see, even though she's standing facing the priest and nodding where appropriate and smiling, she's occasionally finger tapping ash to the floor from the cigarette.
Out of character, I love her.
Andromeda sort of stiffens and steps forward clumsily to face Evangelia as the ceremony continues, and then Evangelia steps to her, so they're stood face to face, not a meter away from each other. Vulcan, from somewhere to your left in the crowd, in the midst of the quiet, hushed conversation, you hear a bit of a disdainful mutter of total bloody lack of social distancing as well. Suddenly, as it continues, various senses are lit by minor priests on the periphery of the ceremony, and the main priest presiding over the service, his voice begins to layer with the unmistakable undercurrent of magic at work. Evangelia starts for a moment and then seems to sag slightly as a large swirling mote of pearlescent light, very much like a Patronus I suppose, emerges from her chest and begins to drift across the distance towards the younger woman. For all of you, the moment the light emerges from Evangelina, almost all of you feel an almost physical sense of loss and pain as the divine energy within you is snuffed out entirely. Your armour and weapons feel heavier, and the magics you felt mastery over only a moment earlier still sit in your head but now feel entirely alien to you. The oracles, remember, serving as the direct conduit between mortals and gods. You've all basically had your holy symbol taken away. The light drifts closer to Andromeda, who seems to hesitate for a moment, before eventually spreading her arms slightly, as if to embrace the light as it sinks into her own chest. A heartbeat after it does, you feel your various connections and empowerments restore slightly. They still feel muffled, obscured somehow. This whole process would have taken about 30 minutes. Nothing quick has ever happened in a church, but I didn't want to do all that in real time. But there's a lot of pomp, and the ceremony is completed. You see The priests start to descend towards to fuss over Andromeda. Evangelina sort of takes a couple of steps backwards, almost staggering down the steps, and seems in that instance much more frail and elderly than she did at the beginning.
Arliss will, seeing this, kind of rush up and try to help guide her down off the dais.
Yeah, Eurydice would do the same thing.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, as you do, and you sort of take a hold of her, she sort of looks to you both and says, I should have said it. I should have warned you, sorry. It'll pass. As she settles into her powers, you will feel more like yourselves. Ah! And she sort of drops the cigarette, which had burned down to her finger. And it clatters to the floor.
Come, I'll make sure you get some of the good stuff.
You have nothing to apologize for.
And the crowd have all sort of moved in now closer to to around this sort of central circle. Everyone wanting to see and touch the new oracle, and it's become very much a bustle. Where are you taking Evangelia to?
I guess just like off of the dais closer to where our group was, just so that she's like away from all the fanfare.
As you're going, someone steps in your way, a hooded, cowled figure who reaches out to you, and then you notice there's another hooded figure to the left as well. Eurydice and Arliss. Oh, that flows quite nice, actually. Can you both make me perception checks?
Oh, goodness.
$14.
Yeah.
It's a 7.
Excellent. Oh, I know you might because you're in habit from Twice Bitten, but my dice rolls are on the screen as well, so you don't have to call them. So if it's a conscious thought for you to, you don't have to at all. Your big dice effects appear on the screen, and my stream catches the live chat. But if you do it out of habit, that's fine. Don't worry about.
No, it's good. It's good to break that for a day. That's nice.
I'm fine with it. Some people might be not be able to see it. So,
Arliss, you. Well, the figure has a hood up. You notice they are holding a dagger. And immediately, Evangelina just kind of whispers quite loudly, Sarpedon.
do we know what that means?
Both of you make me history checks.
That's a big old 6.
That's a big old 5.
Neither of you know what that is. But as you hear her say this and you process the figure in front of you of a dagger, you just start to hear that slow breakout in various places around you that very quickly rises into the sounds of a panicked crowd, and something is happening. The figure before you pulls the hood back, and you see that that's not the person I meant to show you. Where is my artwork? I apologize. You see a figure wearing a brass mask with shadowy holes for eyes and mouth, and they wield a dagger and are going to lunge out towards you. As you hear screams around the area, the crowd begins to disperse, and you also hear the unmistakable roar of Lycosis as well. Can everybody please roll initiative for me as
Oh my goodness.
the crush of people trying to descend down the path sort of reveals the people who are not fleeing and are remaining behind with purpose and ill intent, and there are many of them.
Oh, great.
Oh!
Oh, wonderful.
Look at all those dice.
For the sake of our sanity, I'm going to stop the crowd screaming sounds, but imagine that they are still happening.
Oh, bless.
I don't know, that was kind of a banger.
I can replay it if you like.
$19.
Okay, let's begin combat.
Having such high initiative is frightening when you have this many enemies.
Well, the first of these enemies comes rushing over towards you, Eurydice. And as he or she approaches, you see that they're wielding a spear, which they just lash out. He comes leaping up over the steps, holds the spear in both hands and drives it towards you. Just this horrible, imperceptible face just running forward, and he strikes out with a spear. Which misses. He just goes wide. Now, I know I mentioned this in the chat, in our sort of primer setup. However much or little you guys and girls want to describe or narrate your own attacks or misses, that's absolutely fine. If you'd rather say what's happening, just interrupt me and shut me up, and I will learn what's I'll learn what you like. But yeah, the thrust of the spear comes out directly towards you, Eurydice, and
Yeah, she's going to sort of take her sword up and block the spear coming at her. Looking wildly, sort of also trying to, at the same time, keep this person away from Ava as much as possible.
okay. Another one, the one directly in front of you from before, tries to do the same to you, Aralis. This is going to say spear, but we're going to pretend it's a dagger.
Okay.
Oh, a pretty bad start to the night.
What did they roll?
He got a nat 20, which critically
Fantastic.
hit, and
Fantastic.
hit you for 25 damage straight away.
Wow.
Jeez.
All right.
Christ.
Awesome. Good times.
I don't know how that did so much damage. These are CR1 enemies. I need to work out why that did quite so much damage. Oh, the damage on a spear ends up being 1d20 plus 5, and he rolled... His damage roll was a 20 on the damage die as well. So yeah, that's
They
crazy.
have damage die of 1d20. That's scary. I want that.
Yeah,
Oh my goodness.
Spears. Oh no, sorry. It's 1d6 plus 3. That's somehow that was big damage. Yeah. Okay. Eurydice, you're up.
All right, so the one that's directly in front of her, she's going to take her sword and slash out. Oh, it's not. How do I do that? Hold
Oh,
on.
if you double right click on it, that should put a target on it for you.
Amazing. Oh, very low rolls. So it's going to completely miss, I believe.
I wonder why that didn't calculate the hit on it. You had it targeted. That's weird.
I know the little dice thing said it was a 4, so that's perhaps not going to be enough.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that would have happened. Let me have a look. A 12. No, does not hit, unfortunately. That would have just gone wide.
Yeah, so she's sort of frightened and panicked, and she goes wide, doesn't anticipate how close the person actually is. I believe that's all I can do.
You would have more than one attack, wouldn't you? Oh, you're...
No, I'm level
yeah, of course.
4,
Of course,
so
yeah.
I don't have... But Oh, fuck, I don't have a shield. You motherfucker. I can use my fighting style protection, but I can't do that.
Well, that's an oversight. If you've gone fighting style protection, you would have had one. I made the character sheet for you, didn't I? Would you have to throw a shield onto you?
I would love that. I would love that so that I can use my reaction, I guess, to then next time impose disadvantage on an attack roll.
Going off what everybody else has been given, you would have a +2 shield, which I have now given to you. And that should have automatically
Thank you very
equipped.
much.
Yeah,
It did perfect. All right, so yeah, she's going to just I don't know if reactions are part of this turn, but she's going to use that to make sure she has disadvantage next time.
Okay. Excellent. And the other one above you comes up closer. And yeah, it's going to do the same and try and leap in to strike at you. With disadvantage, you say? Yeah, is that another block with the shield?
Yeah, so she's also going to block that with the shield as well, and just sort of again parry as much as possible. She's very graceful, much more graceful than I am.
Okay, Aralis, you're up.
Feeling this thing penetrate my belly and come out, kind of instinctively in this anger, I'm going to go ahead and just headbutt the attacker in front of me. And
so that one targets. Okay, cool. Yeah, that hits.
So it's a 16.
You should be able to click damage if you want to on there. A mighty 1.
You know what? Anything counts, right? Well, no, it would be more than that.
It's mighty.
It's 1 plus my strength, so it's 5 total. I don't know why I didn't add the strength, but it's 5 total.
Okay, I don't know why that hasn't done it yet. I'll adjust that now.
See, that sounds more like a headbutt.
I know,
Exactly.
yeah. Okay, anything else, Marilis?
Yes, and so I'm going to use my second attack to draw my scimitar, and I'm going to go ahead and strike at him. If I can find my scimitar.
2 attacks are so gorgeous. So beautiful.
Can't wait to have them in other games.
Oh, right?
Can't believe you opted to go below level 5.
We're not optimized. We're not supposed to be.
17.
Yep, definitely hits.
Nah.
And that one
So it's
is...
going to be a whopping 6 points. Go on.
Yeah, you see the figure just stagger back from the slice of your scimitar and almost kind of like lets go of their spear for a second and almost like goes down to one knee to kind of grab it. And you see the hand slips, like the spear shaft slip with their own blood, and this person is looking rattled.
So then, seeing them still alive, I'm going to go ahead and charge that with some psychic energy, and I'm going to use my Dreadful Strikes feature. And that's going to deal an additional 1d4 psychic damage.
Yeah, yes.
Okay,
If it'll
you're going to roll that? I don't know if you've got it on Twice Bitten, but I've got Dice So Nice as well, so you should be able to see the visual dice at the bottom. You can just click. So a further
So it's going to be 3 points of psychic damage.
Yeah, you see him just clutch with the spare hand, just clutch onto the mask and stagger back for a moment. They're going to try and stagger back a few feet when it's their round next. Anything else from Aralis?
No, she's just gritting her teeth and being angry.
The other one closes in and is actually going to make an attack against Madame Evangelina.
Yes.
As they leap forward with the spear, you see Evangelina just kind of turn towards them, and Eurydice, you almost feel like the constellations in her hair just flare for a second, and the spear just somehow manages to go slightly wide. Not like film slightly wide that puts a little scratch on her cheek, a bit more than that. But yeah, just misses her.
She's so cool.
She's a badass lady.
From over near you, Vulcan and Sophia, you just hear and see Lycosis with his sword leaping in, closing the distance between him and two of these figures, and he is going to slash out 3 times with his longsword. Oh, which was hitting Madeline.
Why is he hitting me?
For some reason, one of my modules that untargets whatever I'd had targeted before didn't for some reason, so his boomerang sword flies across. So yeah, first one misses. Second one hits. He's wielding it with both hands. Oof. Not a great round from him, and you just hear "There's so many of them! Gods to arms!" And he is going to be struck back. Oh, actually, that needs to be... Let me roll that again. Okay. Vulcan, it is your time.
First of all, Vulcan is going to spin around and attack the one he's noticed in his immediate vicinity.
I thought you meant like on the spot. I was waiting for like Sailor Moon or Clark Kent in the phone booth, sort of.
And he will do so recklessly.
I love that you're just playing the Greek version of your character from our normal campaign. So just everything.
There is so much more, though. Don't you worry.
Yep, that definitely hits.
Excellent.
You all just see this masked figure lifted about 5 foot in the air for a moment on the end of Vulcan's spear, as he then just rips it back and sinks him down to the floor. The figure just drops the weapon they're holding and clutches at their rapidly emptying gut and just looks up at you, still barely on their feet.
Oh, so it looks like I need to finish him off. Excellent, I will do so. Execute him.
Hits. Yeah, tell me how you kill him.
As he's kneeling there, like I say, almost nonchalantly, he raises the spear, rams it straight through the brass mask and through the back of the skull of this scary dude. As he does so, you can just see the spear almost glowing at the tip with a white light.
Okay, he is dead. Anything else from Vulcan?
Yes, I am going to immediately start rushing over towards who he feels is still probably the most vulnerable, which is going to be Andromeda. And is going to bonus action, grit his teeth, and enter a rage state.
Yeah.
Yes.
What is his battle cry? How does he rage?
As he grits his teeth, he's going to shout out, "Heliod will slay you all!"
Excellent. I had prepared this, but yours is
brace
better.
himself and... Yep, he's going to brace himself in front of Andromeda and do his best to protect her.
Okay. You see a figure running over, coming towards Andromeda, but then you sort of step into the fray, and instead they turn their attention towards you. This one is going to attack you. You were reckless before, weren't you? Yep. Hits.
Pa!
Is that a cannon pa?
Yes.
Another one closes in. A group of them are descending on you, Volcan. Misses. Sophia. One comes over to you, and from inside the mask, you do just hear like a muffled... as this one strikes out at you and somehow misses. There are many of these figures. On the north side, just a crowd of them is really starting to build up. Eurydice, Volcan, you and the two oracles, and Arelis as well, are just starting to get really surrounded here. Volcan, another attack on you. A hit. Sophia, it's you.
I'm going to have a leftover. Yeah! As I am just narrowly missed. And afterwards, I'm going to bring out my rapier and, well, fight that for my life.
Okay. Just opening your character sheet, I forgot how many just quirky, fun things you've got. Yeah, that
How
hits.
does a 16?
Yeah, that certainly hits. Yeah, that cuts into him quite heavily.
And I'm going to use my bonus action to draw out a dancing rapier to just hang along close to me.
Nice, okay. Does the dancing rapier remind me, does that attack on the round it appears, or is that a future rounds thing? Let me have a look.
From what I understand, it's going to be a future one. At least that's how I'm reading
No, you... when you do so, the sword begins to hover, flies up to 30 feet, and attacks one creature of your choice. So yeah, you get an attack this turn.
Oh,
And then in future, you can use your bonus to have it move and attack.
nice.
So I should have made a token for it, sorry. Let me just see, who will be your... Yeah, this giant crab will represent where your dancing rapier is. So what do you want it to attack this round?
I wanted to attack the one that was going for Evangelina. Because I took insult to that.
Okay, crab sword goes flying over. Do you want... I know you're stood all the way over there. Do you want to make an attack against that one for me with your dancing rapier?
Yes, I do. I'm using.
Make sure to target. You would just still ignore the crab. You would just roll it as if it was a weapon that you had equipped, just like a normal weapon attack. You just happen to be all the way over there.
Okay. So this one.
So it misses, unfortunately. Oh, that's your Giant Slayer rapier. I don't know
So
how
it's
different
not
the...
that one?
Yeah, but I think it would have actually been lower, your other one, so we'll call that the same roll. But yeah, for future rolls, it's the Dancing Rapier you want to use, not the Giant Slayer.
Okay, noted. Thank you.
Okay, next up. There's no oops. How dare we all not know how to play perfectly these level 8 multi-class artifact-filled characters we've never played before. Eurydice, another one comes in on you. Sort of you working with its friends, it's kind of jumping around, harrying you, and this one hits.
Oh, that's a shame.
But I hit by 1, actually.
So it's good that it's not the poison. Is it poison damage or piercing damage?
It's piercing.
Okay.
Yeah. There's not meant to be. It's basically used from these NPCs are something very different in actual Theros. I'm not using them as that. I see what you're saying. Yes, it will. A portion of that will have done that. Of course, you are the one person who that shouldn't apply to. We need to remove 4 of that from you, and I've done that.
Ooh.
Yeah, I realised the question you didn't ask
What was the question I didn't ask?
about the poison.
If she has a damage resistance or damage immunity poison on the character sheet, it should calculate it.
I don't think she does. Yeah, she. That's interesting.
I do.
She
I'm immune
does,
to poison.
but it still did some to her. Weird.
Interesting.
I'll keep an eye on that.
Can I use a reaction there?
Yes. You hadn't used one already.
As Vulcan went into his rage state, he became surrounded by swirling spectral spirits. These are representations of his ancestors on his mother's side, who are tiny flying nymphs. And as Eurydice is attacked, they flock over to her and try and harry the foes, and it reduces the damage she took by this much.
Oh my goodness!
Further 5.
What is that barbarian
Five
ability?
healing.
I think it's
That is the ancestral guardian barbarian.
yeah. Those are so
Whew.
cool.
What colour is the swirling radius of your mighty ancestors?
I'm imagining these kind of translucent blue spirits, but there's no literal radius, but yes. Surrounding me in my rage.
And they drift over
Burk.
to protect Eurydice, and she gains another 5? Did you say?
Yeah, you should have applied it if it hasn't.
Oh, has it? Cool.
It
Yeah,
did.
she's near enough back at full. Excellent. Okay, Andromeda is just surrounded by a couple of these remaining elderly priests, and Vulcan. She just looks around. She has no weapons. She's not a fighter. She looks to see anyone coming towards her and panics. She has effectively taken the dodge action. Meanwhile, our boy Lycosis is potentially getting murked.
No!
Oh!
No, Lion Daddy.
No!
This is fudge. This is GM
No.
Fiat.
I know,
right?
yeah.
What?
The spear takes him right in the side. As he was engaging with the first one, he's left his side open to the other, and he has just eaten a full spear. It goes in, and as he twists away from it, the spear near enough snaps off inside him, and you just hear this horrendous pained roar come from across the temple, or the shrine rather. Evangelina will also take the dodge action. In fact, no, she's going to take the disengage action and just move back to cover Andromeda. Top of the round. Surrounded on 4 sides, Eurydice. You are attacked. Now, he hasn't got to your round again, so it's disadvantage, isn't it, from this boy? So that's just normal, because he has pack tactics. So he lashes out at you with his spear and, misses. How are you blocking that
Lovely.
one?
So she's going to sort of feel the wind of the spear coming through, and she's going to turn around and block it, parry it with her sword again.
Nice. Next one comes in towards you, Arilys.
I'd rather it didn't.
and misses. That hovered on a 20 again for me. I thought, wow, I did this really fun one-shot where the first 2 attacks against me were both critical hits, and I died.
Yeah.
Okay. Eurydice, surrounded on 4 sides. What are you going to do? It is your turn.
She's quite panicked. So I think she's going to look around and see the sort of state of how crowded and chaotic it is, and hoping that her strong adventurer friends can withstand this, she is going to thunderclap. I love that.
That's it.
Work, yeah, that's pretty good.
So the way I have it set up, it should have asked if you wanted to play. There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. So unfortunately, Evangelina and Aurelius are also going to have to make saves, but it should be all right.
Is Thunderclap is centered on you, or can you place the cue wherever you want it?
Perhaps I can place it. Hold on.
Although if she wants to miss any play,
Yeah.
she's gonna not hit any enemies.
Well, I could place
You can hit the
it.
3 in front of her.
Yeah. Can I move it again?
Of course. Oh, or do you mean
How do I do that?
physically? Are you able to? I thought you meant, well, I permit it. Of course. I should be.
Yeah.
able
No.
to-
Can I move?
So what? Do you want it like that, basically? Is that what you were saying?
One more over and one more down. And then center it on her. Yeah, she wants it sort of to miss.
You want it to hit?
I don't want it to hit Evangeline. If you can go to that one space over and just hit the 3 sort of surrounding her in that wall.
Tell you what, I'll just delete
That
the
works.
template. You redrop it.
All right,
I'm being
Yeah,
an
you
idiot.
recast, but don't use a spell slot.
Yeah, it'll ask you if you want to use up a slot. Just say.
Oh, this
"Nah,
is
baby."
a cantrip, so it's okay.
Oh, cool.
A cantrip.
There we go. That's fine.
I wonder why it doesn't think that the one that is clearly in the template is affected by that. That's
They've
weird.
all got targets to me.
Oh, yeah, it's targeted by me because I dropped it a second ago. Idiot. I'm an idiot. Okay, yeah, cool.
So it's a Constitution saving throw, and I think my DC is 13.
When you click damage, it should force them all to do their rolls anyway, and then apply the damage if it worked. You're in a world of Foundry automation here now.
All right.
If it doesn't work, that'd be really
Oh,
important.
I make that save like nobody's business.
Oh, it should have got them to. That's really annoying after I just talked shit. And it didn't do it. Oh no, now it's done it. It just took a second. Let's have a look. So,
What?
I don't know why they rolled zeros.
Ooh,
That's
weird.
unusual.
I mean, we're not exactly complaining.
Yeah, I just wonder why.
I mean, I'm fine with it.
I wonder from a Foundry point of view how it could decide that they rolled zeros. I'm sure Monkey will look into this.
I'm sure it's your fault.
Oh, yeah, probably. But yeah, a blast of energy goes off, and the 3 of them around you are rattled. And because it was an impressive 3 enemy hit, I feel the need to press it again.
Thank
Anything
you so
else?
much. It's beautiful.
Anything else from Eurydice?
What she's going to do is then take her reaction again and just make sure that any incoming hits on her have disadvantage.
Okay. And that will be now. Meant to be advantage from pack tactics, so scaled down and so normalized out, and that misses. Aurelius, you're up. Vulcan, you're soon.
Hearing Lycosis howl out in pain, she immediately, just without any thought, is going to go ahead and slash the remaining assassin in front of her. So that's going to be a 20 to hit.
Definitely hit.
And that's going to be 6 points of slashing damage.
That doesn't look like it's applied automatically. Which one was it? One in front of you? Or one above you, do you say?
Yes. Yeah, the one that I'm targeting right now.
Yeah, I don't know why that isn't going on. Yeah, they look like they are... They still haven't picked the weapon up. They look like they are on the cusp of death.
They're not dead yet?
They're not.
All right. Well, so as I swing the scimitar, cutting into him, I'm going to send some of that psychic rage into it, and I'm going to go ahead and go for some psychic damage.
I feel like the health of these things was unfortunately given unrealistic expectations by just how much damage Volcan did on his turn. Oh, they die in one hit. It's cool.
I didn't even die in one hit. That was very disappointing.
Well, that's an additional 1 point of psychic damage.
He falls to his knees,
Finally.
but he's not dead.
Ass. Okay, so but kind of like with her attention divided, she's gonna go ahead and she's gonna whip out her bow, her short bow, and she's gonna go ahead and fire a mundane arrow at the assassin that's surrounding Lycosis.
Okay, yeah. And despite having those 4 arrows you mentioned earlier, as you all well know, having had this bow for some time, as you reach back to the quiver, if you are not thinking of one of those 4 arrows, you find that just another arrow appears in your hand. There is no ammunition for this.
Fantastic. Okay, weird.
Yeah, it looks like you didn't target anything when you attacked.
I know it's targeted right now. I think maybe because of the way it's set up.
Let me have...
It doesn't have, like, when I click it open, it doesn't give me an attack option to click.
Let me just see if I can get it to...
In the details,
Oh,
it probably
it's
doesn't
because-
have ranged weapon attack.
No, I think it's because it doesn't have... there we go. I think it's because it was a bow. It expected it to have ammo. Let me just check. But no resources specified. What? What is happening here? Where is it?
Can you just add a short bow and then I'll use that?
There we go. Now, I think I fixed it. Let me just check. That was my roll, not yours. It should now work properly. If you want to roll it
So
again.
just click on the image, yeah.
Yeah. Yep, my hits.
So it's a 17. And damage is going to be...
Oh,
Oof, yeah.
So it's 5 plus... that's going to be 5 plus 2 for my bracers of archery. So that's going to be 7. And let me see if I've got anything else I can add to that.
Okay.
I think that's all I've got to add to it. But yeah, so 7 total.
Okay, yeah. That one's also looking very rough.
Oh, no, wait. No. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
that's fine.
That's going to be 10 total. Because of the bow, it gives me a +3 bonus attack and damage roll.
So another 3.
So it's going to be, it's going to be 10 total.
That one drops down to its knees as well. And just falls backwards away from Lycosis. Splayed out on the floor.
You deleted arrows.
You
Deleted
deleted
what?
me. I'm gone.
Oh, what? I don't know how you were still targeted there. You were the cultist all along. Here we go. I'm back, baby.
And that's my turn.
Okay. Oh no, you're not in the combat order now or anything. What? Do you remember what your initiative was?
I am the first PC app. So it's Eurydice, and then an assassin, and then me.
Okay, let me just change that. So let's call that 20.0, and that should be fine. Oh no, why won't it let me update? There we go, 20.0. And that should remember you for next time. Excellent. So you just had your turn, didn't you?
Yes.
We are now on this one, who is going to attack Eurydice. As standard, because his advantage is cancelled out. Oh, he's good. She's having none of it. She's had Wonder Woman music.
Yeah, she's fully taken that through the shield and pushed it backwards a little bit.
Excellent. Another roar from Lycosis as he lays in all 3 attacks. Oh, God, remember, untarget Eurydice. And he is going to attack 3 times at the one that's left in his face. First one misses. Second one misses. Oh my god. Captain of the Guard is terrible.
Oh,
3 misses!
my God.
3 misses!
Lion Daddy, no.
Vulcan, show him how it's done.
He was wounded, all right?
He was, yeah.
Yeah, he's
got
got a
half
lot of
spear
blood
him.
in his eyes.
Vulcan is going to attack less recklessly now that he's surrounded, but he's going to start off with the one right in the middle.
Would you like Wonder Woman as well?
I think he deserves it for
Sure.
the 26. I'm putting in a formal request that we add that to Twice Bitten for every time Kiva rages.
All
I will approve of this.
Yep, you kill him. Tell me how he goes down.
Nice. This one straight through the chest, right, like through the solar plexus. There's no stopping him, and he's going to immediately turn on the one to the slightly to the south.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Almost entirely gored. He is not looking good.
Excellent. Well, as a bonus action, he twirls the spear in his hand, and he's going to strike at him with the butt of the spear.
How flavorful!
Love that.
That kills him 12 times over. Several of you have taken things down to 1 HP so far. It's one of those combats.
Yeah, he spins around, smacks him across the right in the mask with a spear, with a nice clang sound.
I don't think I have any sounds for Spear Fud, so let's instead go with...
Just play the sword clang.
Play the gong sound. Yep, there we go. That's perfect. That's it. That's the one.
Okay, anything else from
Probably
Vulcan?
more like the shield deflect. But no, he's going to... Actually, he might move slightly towards Eurydice so that he can make sure he blocks any attacks on Andromeda from that angle as well. But that is the end.
Okay. Sophia, the one who's coming for you, does so again. And he misses.
I'll be honest, I'm not sure why she's so lucky.
She's favoured by the gods.
Yeah, I mean, she's a badass.
Eurydice just blocking and parrying from all sides here. She's an absolute dervish.
Yeah, she's the best.
Sophia, you're up.
Why are you doing this? I kind of call out, but it's not like I'm stopping you from attacking him, because I am going to attack the one in front of me.
Yep, that hits.
Alright.
I saw you roll damage, but no damage has appeared on the card for me. Oh,
Says
now
8
it's
for
done
me.
it.
No.
Oh, it's because there's a save attached, right? It might be a second.
Ah, right. Yes, that is exactly what it was. Weird that it shows up for you, not me. Yeah, so as as the weapon absolutely smashes in against it. I don't know why it does that save for them and not. I suppose it doesn't really know if something's giant kin or not. The rapier goes in hard and he almost drops his weapon for a moment. What else would Sophia like to do?
And she is going to use her bonus action to go for the one who originally was going for Madame Evangelina.
So this one.
Yes, this one.
So make an attack against that one with Dancing Rapier.
Right.
Unfortunately, it misses. You also hear a cry from the ramp as well, Sophia, that you came up, and you begin to see a number of the guards of the city, the Meletian hoplites, are now charging up the steps.
Is that a guard or a rock?
A rock?
Looks like a
it's very
stone.
very questionably rendered. Not your fault.
The
guards here are hewn out of rock.
Now, these are just dudes in fancy armour and dudettes. And they are going to come up and start joining the fray as well.
They're dressed like me, except less fancy.
Yeah, pretty much. Next up, it's another attack against Eurydice. I realised I had the wrong one making an attack before, but the same thing happened anyway, so no biggie. Another miss. She is extreme.
Invincible.
Yeah,
Right.
absolutely. Andromeda kind of tries to step away from the carnage, but keeps herself in nearer Vulcan's protection. She's going to continue dodging. Your boy Lycosis, what's going to happen to him?
Dead. Critical hit again.
Hits.
Oh,
Stop it.
He's looking not great. He's looking bloodied and somewhat poisoned, your boy. There's a snapped off spear shaft sticking out of his side.
As I hear the cry out from him over in the corner, I will send the ancestors over to Spirit Shield Lycosis.
Okay.
For a mighty 3 hit points.
You see the brazier sort of sputter out as this pale white light drifts through it all, and then it just jumps back to life a few seconds later. Top of the round. You hear another roar. But Eurydice and Vulcan and Aralis both notice that it's coming from the north.
Oh dear.
And you see, swooping down and landing briefly on the ledge for a moment, a huge pitch black with a gold mane manticore. And, and leaping off it to the ground and immediately striding forward is a large armoured figure.
I've had bad experiences with armored figures.
You have.
That's some cool armor, though.
With just a great sword. The manticore immediately moves to take off again. And this figure joins initiative. And just calls out as it lands.
Spare no one.
As it draws its great sword.
so he's not a friend?
Sounds like a friendly voice to me. I don't...
All of the masked figures sort of turn slightly towards him as he says it, and then just seem to act with increased zeal.
Don't think it's friendly,
Oh,
guys.
right. Oh, right.
All right.
Another miss on Eurydice. It's good job it rhymes.
Oh,
one.
goodness.
The one... Do you know what I'm going to do here? Yeah, the one in front of you, Aralis, weapon dropped, just moves to flee.
I'm going to use my attack of opportunity.
Okay.
Kill, kill, kill.
I really hope so. I've really been trying. $22 to hit.
Yep, battle hit. Tell me how you kill him.
Yes!
For 8 points of damage.
What you doing?
So as I see it trying to flee, I immediately snap my attention back from shooting the attackers that were trying to hit Lion Daddy, and just whip with this kind of like dancer-like flourish, just whip around and cleave my scimitar through its neck, and just, this gore of red just sprays everywhere on the stone dais.
Nice. He's like, call a cleric, but not for me.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's dead. Okay, Eurydice, you're up.
All right, so she is going to hold on one second.
And Aralis, you're up soon, by the way.
So she's going to risk taking the opportunity attack from these two and sort of cut between them. If you want to roll those now.
Yes. Well, one of them certainly will. The other one will probably have turned his attention to Aralis now, having his friends left him. But yes, two of them will definitely. Let's roll them. So they will now have advantage because your shield... Well, are you doing your shield react as part of this turn?
Yes, she's going to make sure that she does that.
Okay, so these will be normal attacks. Misses and... Misses. Okay, yeah.
I love being cocky with a 21 AC. All right, so she's going to cast Ice Knife at the new friend in front of us. What does it mean I have no spell slots? I have all my spell slots.
You don't. Let me fix that for you. I think it is your character is technically never rested. It's alright, I'm just fixing it for you now. Okay, you now...
You're playing in this high magic campaign with no spells. Good luck.
Yep, you should find now that you have all your slots.
Awesome. So she is going to cast this at 3rd level. Ah, motherfucker. It landed on the 18 for so long. Okay. But I still think he takes some damage because it explodes.
Let me check here. Nice.
I need a...
On a hit.
Yeah.
Dex save and throw.
Dex save, yeah.
A 22.
Fuck, I don't think that is...
It just explodes off. It just explodes off the breastplate.
All right. So seeing that, she's going to be fucking angry a little bit, and then, but she's going to stand there and sort of face off for this next, what she's assuming is going to be a target at her from him. So.
Okay. As you do, the ones next to you sort of follow in and make their attempts to stab at thee. Misses AC here. Aralis, it's you.
So do you rule that if I wanted to attack, because I have the extra attack, can I attack and cast a spell as well? Or do you just rule it that you have 2 physical attacks or 1 spell?
I don't think I've ever been in a situation in my campaign where that's been relevant, but it's a one-shot, so why the fuck not? Yes, you can attack and cast a spell. Balance is out the window tonight.
I love it. So I am going to bonus action. The crab and this masked assailant watch as I just kind of disappear in this puff of greenish silvery mist. I'm going to go ahead and Misty Step. So I can move my token. And I reappear Nightcrawler style. And I'm going to use my first action to... I'm gonna go ahead and shoot at this assailant that's in front of Lycosis with my arrow, with my short bow.
What, this one here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and target him.
Volcan, you're up soon, by the way.
Yeah. And do I get... No, I don't. No, never mind. I'm thinking like a rogue. So this is going to be a 17 to hit.
Definitely hits.
So that's going to be 6 plus 2 plus 3, so that's 11 total. Oh, it counted for me, I guess. Or did it? I don't know.
Yeah, but
wait, so that's 9.
13.
Math is hard. So it's 13 then? What is that?
Yeah.
So the plus 3 is my proficiency.
And then you got plus 2 from your
from my
proficiency, and then your
bracers,
weapon, and then your braces, haven't you? So yeah.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah. So that.
So that'd be 14 then.
Yep.
All right. Cool. So yeah, 14.
And then did you say you're using a spell as well? Because you bonus.
Yes. As soon as I kind of appear, I shoot the assassin with my bow, and without even kind of like paying attention to the person I just shot, I'm going to reach down and I'm going to go ahead and cure wounds, Lion Daddy.
And you sort of see the well, I'll wait to make sure you don't roll a 1 first, but you see the spear sort of pushed by the heel of a magic sort of out with a grunt, and he flashes you a toothy smile.
I smile like a schoolgirl, a smitten schoolgirl. But yeah, with 6 points of healing, there's these kind of like small ethereal green vines that kind of act like sutures, kind of stitching him up.
Nice.
Ooh.
And he sort of clenching his palm over the wound for a second, sort of pulls it back, and with the blood on it, he just smiles, and then he just slicks his mane back out of his eyes of the blood, and wields his sword again with a grin.
That's my turn.
Does your dancing rapier get attacks of opportunity? That's not something I've ever encountered before.
It does not mention, but how would you rule it?
Doesn't look like it does normally, but hey, fuck it, one shot. There's no campaign of balance. There's no campaign of balance. One of my players, you see, my campaign normally be like, actually, in episode 114, Itchy plays on the xylophone. But none of that matters here. So yeah, this one here, you can make an attack opportunity on one as it moves away.
Yay! I'm going to take it.
Oh wow!
It's just not having luck.
The offer doesn't matter. So that didn't matter. Let me just get rid of that Thunderwave template, because that is still there. There we go. The armored figure is going to come barreling in and swing at Volcan as it weaves past its companion. 25
Jesus.
to hit.
Whew.
This huge black greatsword. What are you about to ask before I click damage?
Just that your boy's rolling advantage. Oh, he's got pyrotactics as well, the bastard.
Mm-hmm. And cuts deep. And is going to make one more.
Does he have to, though?
Who does think this is unfair?
A little 30. Oof.
You're still reading it.
And then he makes a third attack. So he comes
would
in.
you-
This great sword just sort of pushes the spear back against Volcan for a second as the blade digs in. And then he swings down and takes him down the arm. And with a spin, he comes in with a final over the head, like vertical swing, in which he cries,
Kill the spear!
and his attack is made against Madame Evangelina.
No, 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 no.
What is his plus?
And he just
Oh,
takes her. She is hewn and crumples down to the floor, almost like sort of crushed and pushed down with this sword, as opposed to some 90s horror film slice, not realised for a second, and then slip apart like jelly. Yeah, she is just flawed.
oh, Eurydice free action just screams in utter rage, and she's like sobbing blood.
Like
Arliss would also like to take free action to scream.
we can all take a moment if you would like
Ah!
to don't worry, Foundry can do everything, folks.
Scream Caress.
F's in chat.
Oh, that one's not what I thought it was. Okay. Lycosis. Oh, better put these guards in. As this is happening, the guards are appearing. It's starting to look like it's turning in your favour, perhaps. Lycosis makes his attacks on the guard, on the one attacking him, and he finally hits for once. Thank God for that. I was really starting to worry about his career choice. And he just hacks through that one, renewed by the healing he's received from his goatee crush. He cuts through. The Manticore descends down and is going to attack Andromeda. Foregoing damage, it will grab her in its mouth and begin to take off. It is not in range of anyone. What is its... where are we? Another 50s. Volcan, it's you.
Oof. He shouts out to his compadres, Andromeda, they've got her! And as much as he would like to do something about it himself, he is surrounded and is going to have to start hacking and slashing.
Rip and tear. Rip and tear.
Ooh.
Oh. So 24 points of damage to that figure, and he is now currently being harried by the spirits and has a disadvantage on attacks on anyone except me.
Ooh.
Nice. The tankiest of specs. Anything else from Volcan?
Nope, he's not going to risk moving due to being surrounded and is just going to wait and try and dodge any incoming attacks.
Sophia, you continue to be attacked by the one that you're exchanging with. He misses you. You have just goat pranced around this guy and made a show of him so far.
I'm just picturing myself dodging, and all in a panic.
Eurydice, you are being attacked.
All right.
Oh, you were actually hit for once.
Oh my goodness. What a time.
The spear sinks in. Yeah, it's calculated the damage correctly that time. Very strange. Sophia, it's you.
I think I am going to say, you know what? Get off! And I am going to expend one charge of the... What is it properly?
Oh.
Ring of the Ram and try to push him off.
Yep. So one charge is how much? Just 5 feet for each charge. So
Yes.
you have attacked. A 24 definitely hits. So if you want to calculate damage.
Right?
Oh, who have you attacked there? I think you've done it to yourself, haven't you?
Did I?
I
think I did.
It looks to me like you did it to yourself.
Is it strange? I'm pretty sure I had the other one marked.
No, he didn't. Let's have a look. So that absolutely kills him, and he is just this enormous, ghostly, like ram's head just comes flying out of the ring as you extend it towards him. I don't think sheep noises are any of them. No. So instead, we'll go with a cow moos as it hits him, and yeah, he is just crunched and bodied away underneath the ring.
Actually, I can try one.
Anything else from you?
Well, I am going to, from this point onwards, I'm going to attempt to scale this wall as high as I possibly can and see if I can still see the manticore from anywhere.
Oh,
How
okay,
high
yeah.
are these things?
These are about 30 foot high. So it would be a climbing check to get that. Oh, in fact, do you have... I know someone that you have slippers of spider climbing.
Yes, I
so
do.
yeah, you can get pretty much... You're only 5 foot away from it. You can get pretty much to the top. So yeah, you are stood 30 feet up, and you can see the manticore clutching Andromeda at about your height. But you cannot get any closer this turn.
Dang it.
Anything else from you?
I don't know what you're about to do, Volcan, but do it now. And I am going to offer him Bardic Inspiration.
Nice. What is your instrument of choice? I forget.
It's a flute.
A flute, nice. This figure is going to start running this way. Will Volcan interact with him?
Luckily for me, I did not use my reaction earlier. So I will go ahead and try and stab the shit out of him.
with surgical precision. Yeah,
Splat.
as he runs past, he never knows how his life ends. The spear just takes him. So his turn is deleted. Yeah, you start to kind of be reassured by the rushing up of the guards who came to... Oh, wrong one. Who came to get involved, but their foes immediately started to be cut down. They begin to close in and make attacks, which I will do expeditiously to avoid this taking absolutely forever. Quite good job because it misses. Andromeda, it can do nothing. Other guards start closing in. Top of a round. This masked figure also breaks to 3. Eurydice, you have a... Oh, do you use your reaction for your shield, or did you save that?
I don't remember.
I feel like
sure.
you've had the higher AC this disadvantage this round, haven't you?
Yes. Yes. I'm going to say I used it for the sake of... I want the attack. Let's take it. Let's go.
Okay. So yeah,
I'm too cocky with this AC.
Okay, yeah, you can maybe attack then on the one below you as he moves to flee. Well, moves to break away.
All right, she's going to use her Sword of Cori, the Cori Blade.
That sexy weapon that I definitely made up and didn't liberally steal from Matt Mercer. Oh, you've attacked the armored figure instead.
Oh, shit. My bad.
Instead of this boy.
Let me target him instead. It's good to know that I can hit that guy, though, because that's my next plan.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Alright, I'm going to try one more time, and I'm going to actually roll to hit that guy.
Yeah.
Nice.
Easy,
Alright.
easy.
So I'm going to roll I'm going to Kiva. Roll damage.
It's versatile as well, remember, if you ever choose to drop shield.
She is 9 points
that's a
of
nice hit,
damage.
Yeah, he is taken. And now, oh yeah, so he does move. And now it is her turn proper. So Eurydice. And Aurelius, you're up in a minute.
Alright, so... she's going to cut this way. I know there's probably going to be some attacks that are coming her way.
There will be 2 attacks.
So we'll take those. Oof, that one hit. Oh, I love that it takes away the HP for me so that I don't have to do it.
See, because I don't see that part of the screen on Twice Bit, and I never know how much like
Yeah,
automation
I have to like do it, and I'm so bad at math. All right, so she is going to hopefully get just as high of a hit on the armored figure as she got accidentally. Even higher. I love that.
Because you were still targeting the fella from before.
Motherfucker. All right, hold on. I'm so sorry.
Oh dear.
The worst. I'm so bad at Dungeons and Dragons.
No, you're not. I mean, even if it says miss, we're going to click... Right, you rolled it.
Motherfucker.
You already punished yourself there, so 24 hit, so click damage. We'll still apply it.
Okay. Ooh.
Big damage.
That's quite a nice hit.
It is a nice hit.
This guy wouldn't happen to be undead, would he?
He is not.
Mother trucker. That's okay. She's gonna suck up all of his sweet, sweet blood into her sword, though.
Yeah, through like it's heavy plate armor, but you just see from between like the folds, just the liquid being drawn out and pulled through the air to the blade.
Her eyes sort of flash red as it sort of gets sucked in, and it's a very like shivery feeling to it.
Volcan, are you reckless at the moment?
Nope.
That doesn't matter. That's still advantage anyway.
Thanks.
Aurelius, it's you, baby.
Yes. How far away is the Manticore from?
About 30 foot away and 30 foot up.
So I am going to. I'm going to go ahead and. So I am going to. First, from below, I'm going to go ahead and try and shoot at the Manticore with my short bow. And I miss with an 11, sadly. Oh wait, that's +2, so would a 13 hit?
No.
Okay, well, doesn't matter anyway. So seeing that it kind of flies wide, I look around and seeing Andromeda's small body in the grips of this thing. I'm going to go ahead and Misty step upward.
Hey, don't worry, it's not twice
Hi,
big.
boy!
You don't have to cut off when my cat's meowing.
Hi, boy!
Send another love.
So you're, what, Misty stepping up on top, did you say?
What's that? Sorry about that.
That's right. Where are you Misty stepping to?
On top of the manticore.
Oof. Nice, okay.
And then with my second attack, I'm going to go ahead and try and drive my scimitar into it.
That hits.
Awesome. I'm going to go ahead and roll some damage. Mother trucker. So it's a 3 total.
As you do, it lets out a pained roar and drops Andromeda.
Nice
who
job.
Falls the 30 feet
Oof, not nice.
to the floor. What was fall damage? 1d6 per 10 feet, wasn't it?
It's yeah.
Oh,
Or
I
is
thought
it 2d6? Hold on.
Oh, is it after the first 10 feet, isn't it?
I think it is.
Yeah, so I think it's 3d6 for the whole fall then.
Okay. She lands heavily in a pile on the floor and does not move immediately. Anything else from Aralis?
No, that's her turn. She's just riding this manicore wherever it takes her.
This figure runs over. In fact, that will have taken him past you. You used your reaction already, didn't you, Eurydice? When?
Not this time.
Did you not attack opportunity of a guy who?
I did. You're right.
He,
My mind is not here.
He rushes over and then grabs onto Andromeda. The hoplites continue joining in. The armored figure. Yes. Thank you, r/Curse of Strahd. Zio has just pointed out that your turn was immediately after your reaction, which would have reset your turn.
Ooh, thank you, Zio.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Zio. So yeah,
I'm gonna take it.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, let's try.
Just the one who I've put directly above you for convenience's sake.
Okay, I'm gonna remember to target this time.
Yeah, boy.
And I am going to. Let's try Ice Knife again. That was. Oh no, it has to be ranged, and I'd get disadvantage because.
Do you have Warcaster? I can't remember.
I do not. So let me see here. Let's do Thorn Whip instead. That's kind of fun.
Sure. It's a shot.
That was not very good. So, no harm done. It's a cantrip. It's okay.
Okay. The figure. Will anyone strike at him?
Someone has to.
Vulcan still have an attack?
Nope. My turn is coming up, and I've used my reaction.
He taken the blow from Eurydice and his blood being drawn out and exchanging these heavy blows. His sword still dripping with the blood of Madame Evangelia. He just strides over, stands next to Andromeda, looks down at her, over at you all, and just thumps a heavily plated chest on his fist. And in that instant, a huge burst of clouded tentacles surrounds, and they vanish.
What? Oh, I just.
Oh, sorry, you were up there. You would not have been caught in that. You and the Manticore have been victims of targeting. So you are still both here.
Okay.
Above it all. But yeah, several of the armoured figures, the armoured figure and Andromeda just disappear into this void from which these are like tentacles on the token, but they're more like large black snake heads come out.
That is
That's really cool.
properly.
That's so awesome.
Cool.
Lycosis, sort of bolstered by his guards and rushing to follow the Manticore, and Aralis just sort of stops dead, like,
What is it? What is this?
He got absolutely no idea.
Would Eurydice perhaps recognize this sort of weird transportation magic?
make me an Arcana check.
Can I keep stabbing at this manticore, or are we still in initiative?
You would definitely. Well, yeah, it's the Manticore's turn now. It will actually start flying higher. Let's have a look at Eurydice. A 12. You know there are many means of transportation, some of which include like sort of portals and voids, but you've never seen anything quite in a combination like this. It does not have the deific sort of tinges of the magic that you've been used to before. This does not seem to be anything of the gods.
Okay. All right. And just for curiosity, actually, never mind, because she already knows what that person is. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. The Manticore can't I presume by the Misty Step that you are on its back, aren't
Yes.
you? So it doesn't really have a... Oh, actually, yes. As you're up there on its back, you become aware of a bit of movement behind you, and you turn just in time to see the large scorpion stinger of the Manticore jut at your back. If this hits, same as dropping Andromeda, I'm going to make you do a dex to stay on. Misses.
Woo!
But it does continue climbing, and the pair of you are now 60 foot up in the air. Volcan, what do?
So
Sophia,
this
you're soon.
mass of writhing tentacles and stuff, are they shrouded by darkness, or have they like
Yes.
jumped into a portal?
They are shrouded by darkness.
Okay, I'm gonna start by moving away from the last two mooks, beating whatever attacks they might have if they do.
They do. Absolute
care.
pathetic. Yep, go on.
And he will mentally steel himself for a second and calm himself down. And then he's going to grasp the spear firmly, thrust it towards the darkness, and expend 3 of its charges to cast Daylight.
Nice. Oh, look at him draw him a
Might want to
template
leave that
out already.
template.
I was going to say, that's bigger than it was in the winery in Curse of Strahd. That's like Independence Day light going up.
That was
So
the size of that
cast-
token in Red's game.
God.
It's 60 feet of bright light and then 60 feet of dim light after that. And if it overlaps with an area of darkness created by a spell of 3rd level or lower, the spell that created the darkness is dispelled.
Spectacular. So, despite being night, the entire place is just blasted in this moment of extreme radiance that I'm not going to leave up because we need to be able to see our computer screens ever again. But Arelis, even up in the air, you just shield your eyes and turn at this explosion of light. And as it dims off after a moment, the darkness and the tentacles are removed, but you see that Andromeda and the armoured figure are gone.
Bummer.
What else from Vulcan?
Is it nighttime?
It was until you flick the light on. People want that left on. People want the big light. Oh,
I mean,
I can't put
You
it
can
back
leave it
on.
on, but just put the color intensity down to like really low, and it should be fine. In that case, yeah, I will run back in towards these two guys and end my turn there. In fact, might as well start raging again.
Turn the color intensity down slightly. There we go. Okay, as one, the figures remaining behind begin to drive their spears into their own chests.
Jesus.
No. Ew.
Can we use a reaction maybe to try to stop them from doing that? Like, Eurydice wants to make sure there's someone around to question.
If you had a reaction, you absolutely could.
And I don't think I do.
Sophia, do you have anything?
Not from this far away.
In fact, it's real. There's only 2 of them left. Good God. The first one skews himself. Sophia, it's you.
Do I notice the other one that's about to do the same thing as well?
I would say if you'd been being attacked by enemies, I would have made you do a roll, but given that this is pretty much just the last of the action, I imagine you would be looking in that direction. So yeah, you see that one of them has just driven its spear into its chest, and Vulcan, the guards, and your crab sword are closing in around the last one alive.
Oh shit, this is bad. And in the moment of panic, I am going to try to take out my lyre and attempt to cast a suggestion on the last one.
Oh, okay.
The last remaining one. And not exactly sure how to say it, but it's going to be a suggested spell save DC 13. So it's going to give me a wisdom saving throw DC 13.
Which he succeeds. So the spell does not
Unfortunate.
hit him, unfortunately.
Unfortunate.
Anything else from Sophia?
I'm going to attempt to make the last bit of climb up. And how far away do I see the Manticore flying off by now?
They are 30 foot above you. So another 30 foot higher than where you are at the top of this plinth.
Oof. How is Eridus looking?
He's... Oh, she's... Go on. You tell me.
She's about like a little over half. She's definitely bloodied.
Arillis or Eurydice?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
You said
I
Arillis,
thought
right?
you said Arillis, yeah.
Yeah, but you've climbed to the top and then looked up to Aralis, haven't you, Wan?
Yes.
Yeah, she's at about half health.
I'm not sure if it's allowed, but can I bonus action a healing word on her just to be sure?
Why wouldn't it be allowed? It's a bonus action spell, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I'm just checking because I
The
used,
range is 60 feet. Yeah, we'll go for it.
All right, healing word on.
It's 2020. We're on our rules.
All right, healing word at Actually, let's go for third level.
Thank you so much.
And I should have. I'm just going to call. Hold on tight! And you're getting back 11 points.
So good. Thank you. Also, I love that it automatically adds to my sheet.
It's so convenient.
Excellent. Anything else from Sophia? Okay. The guards, wise to what's going on, will forego their damage to attempt to grapple this last one down to the ground. So the last one is bodied down to the floor underneath two guards. We effectively leave initiative unless anyone wishes to, from the floor. Well, Eurydice, do you have anything you can lend to Aralis up in the air?
Let me see.
And Aralis, you're obviously coming up imminently.
Yes.
So, are they within 60 feet of me?
They are not. They're 60 feet up and then a further 30 feet away from you.
Damn, because I was hoping that I could hellish rebuke at least something. But, I think. Yeah, I think that's everything then that she can do.
Okay. Aralis, you are 60 feet in the air and rising with a giant scorpion snail. That's a creature for Unearthed Arcana, isn't it? The scorpion
Yeah, exactly.
snail. This big tail trying to impale you. What are you going to do?
So this may be really stupid, but it's one shot, and I like being stupid. So while I'm on top of this thing, I'm gonna go ahead and make it my favorite foe. And when I do that, essentially I have for 1 minute I can deal extra damage to it if necessary. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. Scratch that. Can I retract that?
Yes.
So I'm going to go ahead and, with my bow in hand, I'm going to go ahead and draw one of the arrows. This particular arrow has very thin green vines on it and looks to have like flower bulbs on it. And I place the arrow in my short bow, and I'm going to stab it into the manticore. And as I do, the bulbs open, and these flowers kind of sprout and awaken. And I'm going to go ahead and cast Awaken on the manticore.
Okay. Doesn't have to make any sort of save, does it?
I don't believe so. Let me check. No, it doesn't say anything about it. There's actually, I don't know. It doesn't say that it's there. Yeah, it doesn't say that there's any saving throw.
Yeah, I've just read the
spell.
spell. Yeah. So
yeah, and it is charmed by me. So
I don't believe it is.
yeah, the awakened beast or plant is charmed by you for 30 days, or until you or your companions do anything harmful to it.
It can only be awakened if its intelligence is 3 or less.
Oh,
And as you do this, it turns to you, and with its very human-like face, is like,
Get off me!
Okay. As he does that, the bow disappears in this kind of floral petal anime style thing, and realizing that he is actually quite intelligent. I don't know how I forgot this. I'm gonna go ahead and make him my favorite foe now, and I'm gonna go ahead and use my other attack to stab him with my scimitar.
Yes.
you're going to have advantage on that. Given that he can't get away from you. You are straddling him midair with nowhere else to run. Do you want to re-roll it in case you get a crit? And we'll take the higher.
So a 19 will not be a crit, but it is 24 total.
Yeah. Hit damage.
So I've got a little bit more damage coming up, so bear with me.
Yep. That's absolutely fine.
So that's going to be 5 slashing plus... an additional 4 points of damage. And I think that might be it. Yeah,
Additional 4.
Oh wait, no, I'm gonna throw my dreadful strikes into it.
Sure. What's that, another 1d4?
Yes. So that's going to be 11 points total.
Cool, that's done. You also notice, as it's flying as you're stabbing away, in almost like entirely surrounding you and Miss Manticore, those smaller, rapidly growing, those black tentacles start to appear out of the air around you in every direction, snaking towards the Manticore. Something feels like it's building up to happening.
Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. Do we want to, for the purposes of getting this going smoothly, should I just keep with Jack and get this out the way before we then cut to non-combat RP on the floor? Because I imagine this is going to lead to questioning and talking now, isn't it?
Riddle me this. Is it going to be out of my range on its turn? Because it does get to go before me in combat.
It will be 90 foot away from you.
Then I will use an ability on it.
Yeah, go for it, Ben. What does Volcan do?
So these guys are grappling with the last guy, so I start to run after the flying manticore, and I'm going to level the spear at it and unleash a blast of energy, and I'm going to guiding bolt it.
Ooh.
Nope. Oh well.
Just comes zipping past you. You see it shoot past your head, Aralis.
Nope.
Don't you still have Bardic Inspiration?
Yes.
Come on.
What is the die for the Bardic Inspiration?
Let me check because
Whatever it is, it's going to hit because it was one away from a hit.
Yay!
I don't think that applied. It's weird. But I can add that on.
Oh, it might be because there's a save coming up. Actually, no. There is no save for the spell. So, no idea.
Okay.
Amazing.
Oh, it's probably because it came up as a miss to start with.
Yeah. Manticore flies higher, reaching a full height of 90 feet. And then you all see another blast of those tentacles appear in midair. Aralis, you just see this sudden explosion of blackness, like an inkwell or an ink cloud's gone off in your face. And then before it really sinks in what's happening, there's a horrible moment where your knees hit each other and you realise that whatever was between your legs is now gone and you are falling.
No.
And Aralis is going to free fall 90 feet.
Does Lycosis maybe want to make himself into like a a
Crash
landing
pad.
pad.
Oh, wait a minute. I can wild shape, I think, and try to catch you.
How many classes do you have?
I'm a druid paladin. All right. So, yeah, she's gonna wild shape into a giant eagle. And
Go for it. I don't have a token for that, but you absolutely can.
yeah, I don't know what it's. Yes, I'm going to use the ability. Form of giant eagle, and I'm going to fly up and attempt to catch her. I don't know what.
We can have you. Given that you have been with each other for 5 years and you all effectively did a campaign together, I'm going to have it that you have enough synergy between each of you that you'd be able to snatch someone out of the air as a giant eagle.
Okay, perfect. So
I imagine once fallen, Aralis, if he wasn't intending to Misty Step, would probably quite expectantly be looking in Eurydice's direction.
So she's going to giant eagle and gently catch her and take her to the ground.
Excellent.
Thank you, love.
Is snatched.
Just cause.
And why I ever think that any combat in D&D will just be like a nice 10-15 minute opener. That brings combat to an end. As... Oh, that's very weird. I normally play the Final Fantasy victory music at the end of an encounter. I didn't because I forgot to put it in here, but then someone followed which played it, so I had a really weird moment for me then. So yes, you have a scene now, many dead masked figures, one wrestling underneath the guards, and Evangelina lying hewn on the floor.
Yeah, Eurydice would switch out of her form as soon as she's on the ground safely with Aryllus and just go over to her body and try to see if there's anything, knowing that she probably can't do a thing. She'd probably even try her lay on hands, but I don't know if that would even work for someone who's dead already.
As you approach her, you can see it is an unbelievably mortal-looking wound. If it was a ribcage version of nearly headless Nick, that's her. You do notice, however, she is smiling, and she is holding a still lit cigarette again.
Have the stars gone out in her hair?
They have.
Oh, so Aryllus kneels down, still kind of bloodied, but not as much as before. But she will brush her hair back and, kind of with this somber smile, just kind of take up the cigarette and put it in her mouth.
Yeah, Eurydice is now like reciting prayers to Persephone and ensuring that at least her soul is intercepted by someone good and deserving of her state.
As you sort of brush the hair back that had been like just void ink with stars, it just sort of becomes, even like under your finger as you move it, the reedy pale grey hair of someone who'd lived as long as Evangelina has and should have looked. And even though you can sense that she is dead, and you can see from her wounds that she is extraordinarily dead, you almost feel like you sort of see and hear the lips just go, Sarpedon. And yeah.
Sophia, Vulcan. Is everyone okay?
I think we're fine. The casualties are before us.
I'm sure the old man is going to take care of her. Alice does. Sophia says, and she's pulling out 2 gold coins out of her pouch, and she just hops on a bit close and is putting them over her eyes.
Eurydice also walks over to our lion friend, Lycosis. Lycosis?
Lycosis, twice bitten.
Lycosis. twice bitten. And she would use her lay on hands on him to at least give him like 10 HP back.
Okay. He receives them gratefully. A somber nod, a large hand on your shoulder as he just looks at Evangelina with tears freely running down his cheeks.
Airless will stand up and go to Eurydice and Lycusius, and seeing that he's openly weeping, will try to wipe away some of the damp fur from his cheek.
And he doesn't take his eyes off Evangelina, but briefly clenches your hand. I can end this
We
combat
knew this would
tracker
come.
now. I don't know.
Oh, what?
I just realised I was still looking at down the combat tracker. I was like, no, that's not necessary now. Go on, sorry, you were saying.
Yeah, we knew this would come, but we did not know it would come so violently.
It isn't fair. And he just turns and stomps off.
She'll let him go.
So you have many corpses of masked figures around you, and you have one alive and kicking, pinned by two sizable-looking elite guards.
Eurydice will go over, if it's okay, and cast Charm Person on the friend who is attempting to kick and try to get some information out of him.
Sure.
And she's going to do it, first. If I can target, it's much easier
Yeah,
to
you
do
can.
things.
You should just double right-click him and then cast it. He fails. He is
Ooh, nice. All right.
charmed. And his kicking just kind of
So
doesn't entirely stop, but definitely loses how interested he was in kicking away.
So she's just going to say, tell us everything you know.
About what?
Who are you? Who do you work for? And why were you here tonight?
I don't have a name anymore. It's the first thing she took from me. We were here for the girl. We got
Who is
the
she?
girl. The girl. She is the only oracle.
No. Who took your name?
Oh, my queen. Queen Uriel.
What's her name?
Uriel. The most resplendent. She wanted her, and now she has her.
Where did she take her?
Where else would a queen hold court at her palace?
Where's her palace?
Ah, you don't know. It's the Isle of Sarpedon. It is where she resides. It is where she took us to be made whole.
Why does she want her?
I don't presume to know. My queen does not share all of her great plans with me, with any of us.
Can I do a history check, since I've bounced around quite a bit, to see if I recognize Sarpedon as an island?
I think aren't you one of the two who already did earlier?
Oh, I did, didn't I? Yeah.
Yeah.
Never mind.
However, you can all make a roll to see if you know about Queen Uriel.
Yeah, let's try that.
Sophia, yours would be with an advantage based on your background. And
This
things
is
like
history?
that. Yes, this is history.
Ooh, it's a 16.
Yeah.
Er,
Eurydice Yeah, Arelis was on a different plane that week.
Yeah.
He missed that episode of history.
With that natural one, she was she's still kind of distracted right now.
Sophia and Eurydice would both recall segments of tale. Sophia, from your learning in your collection of stories, Eurydice, from perhaps your conversation with people who are much more in the know about all things related to the gods. You would know that Eurydice was the oldest daughter of Ceto, oldest of the three sisters, the most famous of which, perhaps, would be known as Medusa. And Eurydice was Medusa's elder sister.
She's a Gorgon.
You would know that, yes.
Oh, goodness. Okay.
You would also know, I feel, based on your involvement in events, that Akarios, the giant you defeated, was said to have been married to a distant queen.
So Eurydice would relay that to the others and sort of put together that she might have been targeting specifically for something we took from her already.
What was it?
Well, the life of her husband, I think.
It seems quite petty to steal such an important, integral figure over a man.
Well, whatever she wanted, she got, and we need to find our way to this isle and get her back. It can't be good if a Gorgon has an oracle at her side.
Is the figure still charmed?
I think it's
yeah.
Is it an hour with Charm Person, I think?
I think so.
Zio's gone now, or he could just relay it immediately to me. He's quicker. The boy's quicker than roll 20. Duration,
Until the
1
spell
hour.
ends, and it's... Yes, yeah.
What other dangers await us in Sarbaddon? She, Airless asks the assassin.
Her husband. He guards the shores now, driving off any of those who would attempt to step foot on the island. If that combat hadn't gone on for so long, you may have even faced him down. But time is perhaps of the essence.
Well, we'll sneak past him. We should leave for the island as soon as possible. Does anyone know how far it is?
How far away did you travel?
We have been here for weeks. But
How long is the journey?
2 days it took us on our boats.
We can't
Most
leave.
things are paid on to be uncharted, but it is hidden.
Is there any secret access, any shortcuts into the Queen's Court?
Behind the waterfall. I should not have said that.
Said Hagrid.
Is he alright after that? Is he hurt? Did it hurt him to say that?
No, he just kind of really did not want to say it.
Eurydice sort of looks to the others and says, well, we have a friend who has a boat, and I think we should set sail tonight if that's all amenable.
I agree. We shouldn't waste any time if we can avoid it.
What are your
Oh, go on, Aurelius.
What are your queen's intentions with Andromeda?
I do not know. She wouldn't tell us. Why would she tell us? She is a queen. She is an ambitious, marvelous woman. Of great design. Whatever it will be, it will be spectacular, I assure you.
Perhaps it could be just to draw us out, but at the same time, the things she could do with an oracle.
I think we should take this one with us. I can at least charm him again if he tries to escape, but he might help us get in at least. Or be a bargaining chip.
I'm sure we can bind him so tight that escaping will not be an issue.
You have bested me. Under the tenets of my queen, I am now bound in servitude to you.
Well, that's convenient.
That's alarming.
I will guide you to
Excellent. A
Sarpedon.
servant.
And then through his mask, with like the guards pinning each of his arms, he looks up to you, Eurydice, and he's like, "There is a dagger in the back of each of my boots, and there is a satchel of poison inside my left breast pocket."
She will liberate him of his personal belongings.
And he just
And
nods.
she'll hand off the poison to one of her Ceto friends who's probably more familiar with these natural things. She also has a bit of a bad relationship with poison, so she wants it away from her. And will give the daggers to her friend Vulcan, because he seems like he might be able to use pointy weapons.
Lycosus, I don't suppose you would be able to join us. Are you going to be busy here with the town guard, or is this something that would be of interest to you?
It is of interest, but I cannot abandon the city. Someone must lay the oracle, Evangelina, to rest. People will have questions. The crowds may have spilled into uprising. No, I must remain here.
Understood. We will take care of it. We must speak to Theros as soon as possible.
Is there if you're all in agreement about leaving tonight, is there anything that anyone would like to do before you go to Gafferos at the docks?
She would just make sure that she goes. I'm always going to mispronounce his name, Lycosus.
Lycosus.
Lycosus, and just tell him to be safe and to keep an eye on things here, but to be wary because, just because Evangelina is gone does not mean that they won't come back.
Okay.
I think Sophia is going to do two things if acceptable. She's going to sit by Madame Evangelina a bit more and just sit with her for a while. Just waiting until she just feels that enough time has been spent. And just sing her a little tune, almost like a lullaby, to help her passing.
Okay. The smile almost seems to grow on her face. You're not sure if it's just you watching. But yeah, she seems very much at peace despite the barbarity of the wounds that have been done to her. Did you say two things? Oh yeah, you want to sit by her and sing. Okay. You would head to the docks then. At this point, we've been going for 2 hours, 40 minutes. Do you all feel that you want to take 10, 15 to grab a drink, stretch legs?
That would be lovely.
Yeah, okay.
Same for me as well.
So it's currently 10 past. Do you want to say come back at 25 past?
Yeah, that works.
Okay. So also we have a few viewers for my stream, nothing for Twice Bitten. Yeah, we are going to take 15 minutes and then we will pick up with this. please don't go anywhere. But if you have to, well, I never liked you anyway. I mean, no, thank you very much for watching so far. And I'll see everybody else at 25 past.
See you soon.
Yeah, maybe it is that. Because I look at like Eberron and Ravnica and I'm like, cool, I'm glad it exists. I'm sure it's amazing for a lot of people, but it doesn't scratch any itches for me whatsoever. Occasionally, occasionally I'll be clicking through things and I saw like in one module, I was like, yeah, and this person's got a laser pistol. I was like, what? What?
Yeah, I'm not a tech person. Like I enjoy some of the aspects that I've been able to pull from those settings, but I just don't.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't resonate with me.
And I feel like sometimes even steampunk's a bit too far for me. As soon as a gun turns up in D&D, I'm a bit like, is it a blunderbuss? Because if not...
I've got guns in my setting, so it's like guns and a little bit of tech is okay. Like I'm not a super big fan of the steampunk aesthetic, but like in some instances it's cool. But like, yeah, I just feel like it takes me out of the fantasy of it, as opposed to kind of like, oh, I really don't want to think about the Industrial Revolution and capitalism in that way.
The whole campaign centered around acquiring coal.
Yeah, it's just a Dickensian setting, and you don't die of a sword stab wound. You just die of the consumption.
Okay, it sounds like we're all back. Are we good to carry on? So yeah, Lycosis and the remaining guards, more obviously, as a crowd of people surged down the mountainside, I imagine many guards would have ascended. They take to organising the corpses. Evangelina's held in much higher esteem. Before you leave, one of the guards would have called you over. And as these quite valuable looking masks are removed, they would have pointed out to you that every single one of these masked figures had their eyes gouged out.
Wow.
Ugh.
They did very well to not be attacking with disadvantage.
Oh, Gorgon, duh. Like, why do they not need to see?
That does make sense.
And just wear like sunglasses. The mirror reflector aviators.
They're all just blindfolded. Okay.
Other senses were heightened.
Yes, they could smell.
Bunch of
Certainly,
daredevils.
like Odysseys. So you find yourselves heading to the
In
docks.
hella darkness.
It should have popped up. Are you not there?
Oh, yes.
Popped up for me.
So
Oh, look at that.
This is another one of the... This is a zoomed-in section of the Mad Cartographer. The full map of this is enormous. It's like a full left, right, and top map version that opens out into a full bay, but we just need the dockside element for it. It doesn't really matter, except maybe you might already have quarters or cabins. Had any of you just arrived on Gaffaros's ship, which you will remember, of course, is a mighty vessel known as
The Red Argonaut.
the Red Argonaut, the most cantankerous and particular to handle ship on all the seas, the Red Argonaut, but Gaffaros manages it well.
So Eurydice would have probably just arrived in Meletis for the ceremony. So I don't know if she probably had quarters on the ship or if she just sort of poofed up from the underworld and was like, hi, I'm here now.
Yeah, Aerolus wouldn't have had quarters either. She's bounced around.
Okay. It is a small and lightly crewed ship meant for speed. It's not a huge galley. This is a bit of a courser. Given his huge frame, as you're even approaching down the dock, there is definitely heightened of guard activity, but anyone who gives you a look is, in a position of authority, is always immediately mollified by, oh shit, it's the giant slayers. Never mind. I imagine that it always comes back to like that cartoon thing you see where the policeman's patrolling the park at night and he finds like Batman and Superman talking, and he's like, "Oh, sorry, pretty safe out here tonight with the two of you." And Batman's like, "The three of us, officer." Like, oh, that's the ultimate. That's the ultimate. Pick up the sort of a lot of the guards.
It's Homelander being like, "No, you guys are the real heroes. That's you guys."
Yeah, the guards just basically see you and keep thinking they can take the night off. But yeah, you see the huge Minotaur frame of Gaffaros working away on the deck of his ship as you approach, visible easily from even the dockside.
I just love that this ship, the front of it is a duck face. It's great.
Oh, I can't unsee that now. Fuck's sake, Jack.
I can't see shit. I'm a human. I need to get closer.
Oh yeah, do you know what? Given that it would be illuminated by torchlight and stuff, let's make that a bit easier. Is that lit up for you now, Vulcan?
It is a duck face. Yes. Well, I just use my the ability of my spear to cast 30 feet
Just
of bright light.
everywhere you
another
go.
30 feet.
There's people in bed whose like bedrooms just like.
I am the lamppost.
And sort of Gaffaros with a start and hears you and stands up.
You're here sooner than I
Good to see you
expected.
again. Indeed. Foul things are afoot. We were just up at... I'm Halvor already. We were just up at the ascension of Andromeda, and there were an cursive forces. I don't suppose you've already heard about it. It's only very recent.
I've been here trying to get some downtime. I was hoping for a night off after ferrying people here, but... the whole gang's here. I take it.
We were hoping for a night off as well.
Hello, Sophia.
He kind of he's been kind of tying some rigging down to settle it for the night, and sort of looking across you all. He slightly laxes it, loosens his fingers, and the rope begins to coil back out.
Are we off?
Let me put it this way, Gatharos. Madam Evangelina is dead, and Andromeda has been abducted. We must sail for Sarpedon as soon as possible.
Do we have our bound
Preferably
friend with
immediately.
us, by the way?
You do.
Yeah, Eurydice would be keeping a nice close eye on him and just sort of pushing him forward and making sure he will be our guide tonight.
I know where Sarpedon is. Waste of rations, if you ask me.
And he nods his head towards the bound prisoner.
But I won't argue if you insist.
We don't have to feed him anything. He just needs to tell us how to get through the waterfall.
And he nods and kicks the gangplank, which just goes. It had been laying across the deck, and it goes straight vertical and falls back down with a crash onto the dockside. And you hear stirring below as several members of the crew come up to investigate what's going on. From your time with Gaffaros, you'd notice that his crew has half of his crew seems to have a high turnover. A lot of people don't make the cut, but when the right people seem to find their way to the Red Argonaut, they stick with it. You see two figures in particular who are recognizable to you. Juniper. And your heart kind of not sinks for a moment, Eurydice, but you realize what you're about to get yourself into as you see the shy, bashful, the bashful gaze of a bit of an admirer of yours, who's been a long-term member of the crew, Irene Kolianapis. And she,
I hate you.
from tying the rigging off, just sort of blushes and bows her head and quickly turns away and carries on her work with increased speed.
Eurydice sort of pays her a polite mind, but is sort of dreading this interaction a little bit.
Eurydice, isn't that the one?
Yes, from last time.
Oh, the one who does the... Oh, yes.
Oh, I hate you. See, you told me there was going to be an NPC interested. I was like, oh, it's probably going to be some gross old man. No, she's not interested. Now I have to stick by that.
It's Greek arena.
Hopefully, Eurydice, she won't be too clingy this time.
So are you all boarding?
Yep.
We're boarding.
We are boarding.
Excellent. Now,
As I am boarding, though, I am waving hello at everybody in the crew. Hello, sorry for interrupting your downtime. We're here to save the world.
did you say that you did arrive on this boat, Sophia? Did you say?
Yes, I think I did.
Yeah. The crew, I think, would react to your... I feel like Sophia's constant excitement friendliness would either have people be a bit like, oh no, or think that you are just the most wholesome person who ever lived. Gaffaros himself seems absolutely delighted to have you in particular back on board.
Give him a quick hug as I'm boarding the ship.
He definitely pretends to hate it, but allows it to happen for a good few seconds, and then gives your hair a bit of a soft rustle afterwards.
My headcanon is that...
I'm happy.
My headcanon is that Sophia was the one that landed the killing blow on the actual giant, since he was the giant killing sword.
For sure.
Just a question for me, because I didn't know all the names in the backstory. Vulcan, what would your relationship or attitude towards Gaffaros be, with you hating the Minotaur god?
Well, Mogus is specifically a pretty bad dude, so it depends if... not all Minotaurs, hashtag. So as long as he's not,
he is wearing a cap with MMGA on.
Oh.
No, he is not wearing a Make Mogus
if he's
cap. Okay, cool.
Likes to pillage innocent villages, then that's a whole new matter.
He does not. I'm looking at the time. I'm so debating whether to throw a second combat in or whether to skip it. We'll see.
Bird for two.
How fast can we focus that giant?
As the boat pulls off, and you deck down for the night, why am I also not hearing ambient sound? Can you hear the ambient sound of a dock?
Yes.
I hear a little bit, actually. Like, maybe... are there birds involved?
Yeah, I can hear it. It's quiet, though. Oh, now there's a lot of dock now.
I've cranked it up now, sorry. First of all, you all receive a long rest, but please do not apply it yet, because you also feel, true to Evangelina's words, as time goes on, and presumably Andromeda, who it would seem has not met an instant demise, becomes a bit more acquainted with her powers. Your old connection to the gods sort of renews slightly. You have each received in your inventory an item called the Token of Piety. So to dumb this down for you, or to summarise it, you've automatically now been given a +1 to all attacks, a +1 to all saving throws, and you all have 30 more max HP.
Ooh.
Cool.
So when you apply your long rest, it will heal all of that up.
Are we long resting then, since this is a 2-day journey?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's why I said I didn't want you to rest and then increase your max HP. Because you wouldn't have... I wanted to increase the cap before we heal it up.
Before she rests, though, feeling these powers come back to her, she will do her usual like prayer routine to Persephone, and it's a very dark, cryptic, sort of like bloody thing that she does on the bow of the ship. But I just want that flavor in there because I love her.
Okay, so the 2-day voyage. Is there anything that anybody wishes to do throughout it? It's weird of one-shots, isn't it? Because in a campaign, you'd be like, finally, I've got all these things to read. There's all these important NPC. In a one-shot, it's kind of just like, hey, there's loads of stuff I could do, but...
Yeah, you just kind of like move it along, It's like
So
beats of a TV show, but...
I would like the chance to talk to the person that we've taken with us. Just to get any sort of, and we don't have to do this RP, we can just like say the information that we get,
Sure.
But just like any weaknesses that Uriel might have, any sort of like tricks to fight her, stuff like that, any sort of information about that we would want to get, I think, before we go there.
Okay. Presuming that we've taken the time and the several days rest, you could just blast Charm Person repeatedly that ever failed. You would... a summary of your knowledge would be that he knows very little of the physical layout of the place. It would seem that quite likely his eyes were removed very, very early into his servitude. From how he speaks about Queen Uriel, it would seem that she likes to get up close with her enemies, and she is prone to bouts of rage and arrogance.
Nasty.
Rage in the barbarian sense, or rage in the, like, just in general
In the
emotional sense?
hubris sort of way,
Okay.
and quick to anger.
Would he be able to know if she has any sort of resistances to damage or anything that she's particularly vulnerable to, or is that something that she might not know?
He would have spoke of other people who came for her over the years and have failed, and when the weapons that were born against her, that were wielded against her, proved to be ineffective. Only mighty blades could touch her. Those weapons that could not were given out to her servants afterwards. And he speaks of it with enough detail that he perhaps unwittingly gives to you that she's immune to non-magical damage.
Good to know.
Interesting.
So all of our little fun god weapons are good, obviously, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, your weapons are normally given to level 20 characters.
Hey, no, I don't let me start you. This is great.
GM, what about if I punch her really hard?
Magic fist.
Does that count as magical?
Um,
I'm Nickspawn, come on.
sure.
That's my
Ooh,
Save
yeah.
the
Just so-
yeah.
count as magic.
And I would say that Sophia and Arelis's hooves will be the same.
We're all just going to go in barefoot,
Nice.
barehanded, just smack them up.
We're just going to kick.
Yes.
We're just going to kick. It's the way.
While we're on the voyage, I want to spend a little bit of time doing maybe a short sparring session with Theros with the intention of
Killing
assessing how powerful of a combatant he might be.
Okay, yeah. I'll try and figure out how to summarise that. Do you know what? Based on your extreme martial nature, I am going to say we will summarise... It wouldn't only be insight, I guess, but given that you spent a couple of days sparring with him, you can make me an athletics check with advantage to kind of ascertain his general finesse, his style, and his health. Yeah, you get the... Over the days sparring... I mean, you've known Theros for years. He's, unsurprisingly, phenomenally strong. He uses his horns a lot in combat. You've come up against Minotaurs who use them exclusively and aren't much of fighters. You've come up against Minotaurs who have never really given much thought to using it as a weapon. He is very, very accomplished at weaving it into his attacks. Gaffaros is a formidable opponent for someone you're just sparring with. You quickly identify multiple ways. If this was a real fight, he'd be dead in seconds.
Okay.
While on the voyage, I'd also want to, well, bother the prisoner, for a lack of better words, and just basically try to see if willingly he'd be up to, well, talk a bit more about himself. Because I'm just going to want to ask him, so, you mentioned that you don't have a name anymore. Was there a time when you had one?
When he is not directly under the effects of Eurydice's charm spell, he will not speak or answer any questions at all. What sort of state are you leaving him in between interrogations?
I would assume tied up pretty tightly, right? I mean, we don't want him to like kill himself.
Exactly. Just like his hands and feet away from himself, so he can't like, strangle or choke himself or anything like that. But then also maybe like, some kind of padding on his head so he doesn't try to like slam his head into something. Just like precautions to keep him alive.
Is he gagged?
I mean, I would say yes, because isn't like verbal magic, can he still like probably try to free himself? So I would say it's probably smart to gag him.
Okay.
But if we don't retroactively do that, I understand if you don't want to allow us to do that retroactively.
No, you can certainly say you've gagged him.
And I'll say too that if at any point Sophia is finding it difficult to get through to the prisoner, Arliss will notice this and will go ahead and also use her charm person on him.
Yes.
Okay. After several interrogations from Eurydice, Sophia, you head below deck to ask these questions. As you pull the gag off, I presume given that he has no eyes and you know this and you want to gag him, I presume his mask has been taken away from him now. So you're because gagging him over his mask would be quite funny.
Can I say that I took the mask and I'm kind of have it on like my belt as like a
sure, yeah, absolutely,
but also maybe as a disguise in case we might need it.
Okay, yeah. As you pull the gag out of his mouth, a large amount of blood sloshes out down his front, along with his tongue.
You're right. Oh no! Oh, you're right. Oh, you can't talk. Oh, okay. Yeah. What do I do? What do I do?
And he just spits blood. I don't know how much you can spit without a tongue. Actually, it might not be at you. It might be down his front. But he just, he appears to have bitten his own tongue off.
Okay, I am going to try to have it so that he's not going to choke on his tongue in the middle of it.
He won't choke on it, he's spattered at you.
Okay, that's going to work. I am still going to cast the Cure Wounds on him to make sure that he's not going to bleed himself to death.
Eurydice also has telepathic communication abilities.
Thank God for that.
He wouldn't have known. He's like, all of this for nothing. All of this for nothing. As all this is happening as well, Sophia, you hear Gaffaros from up top.
We're approaching the island. I have to tell how to remind myself, Sarpedon.
Sorry
No
to
one
say
on
that
top,
I didn't
my
really
friend.
catch the last part.
Theros, would you mind repeating?
We're approaching the island of Sarpedon.
And you see that you are steering closer through sets of jagged rocks to an island not dissimilar in layout to this.
Ooh.
And as you come up close to the shoreline, you see there is a naturally rocky outcrop. It is very visible that there are numerous ruins of ships, partially submerged or just flotsam and jetsam. I always forget which is which. Just freely floating. Flotsam and jetsam and stalagmites and stalactites are the bastards of the D&D world. Floating around in the surf. You also notice beautiful women sat out on the rocks, sort of looking over at you. But given the time, they jump into the water from their perch positions and swim
Guiding
away.
bolt!
But from your position on the boat here off the shoreline, you do just hear coming from inland.
That was ominous. The giant, you think?
Must
Sounds
be.
very giant.
Oh, that's yeah. I made a mistake of looking over at the stream. That sounds good.
I did notice that
Doomsday.
I did notice that
Right.
several of you before were on the view account for the shrine. Just like, oh, whatever could be about to happen, dear.
Oh no, I'm not like I was just like looking at chat, but I just caught Doomsday and I was like, oh great, lovely.
Yeah, with the ship offshore, I'm going to kind of theatre behind this one because I do want to be respectful of the time limits for everybody set out at the start. But you would see this emerging out to the shoreline of the same scale as well.
Nope.
And it would have just cried out.
That art is horrifying.
Sophia, would you like to remind him who you are?
Sorry, what did you say again?
Would you like to remind him who you are? And Aerolus points down at your giant slayer weapon.
Alright. We don't really mean to be rude, but we've already done this once before. And I'm pointing out the sword. We don't want this to get bloody, do we? We can all still be friends. You'll be about your business, we'll be about ours. And we can just say we are friends.
Make me a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Yeah, that was bad.
I would say that the longer you look at this thing as well, its body appears to be covered in a layer of what looks like scales at first, but is noticeable as skeletons. The facial features, you do recognize this after a few moments as looking very, very much like Akaros, the BBEG from your previous campaign. This is the giant. This is some sort of remnant of the giant that you killed in the previous campaign. And with that entreaty from Sophia, he steps back for a moment, turns, and then hurls a boulder at the ship.
Yeah, I tried. Still, that technically was supposed to be a 20 because of Silver Tongue, so...
Oh, okay, good to know. The boulder lands just shy of the ship, throwing up a huge amount of water over all of it. Gaffaros cries out in alarm and outrage at his ship is threatened. And fuck it. It's all roll initiative.
Yeah, boy.
Bart.
I originally did all little fleet of foot combat music here for like Witcher 3 style sirens that would fly and dip into the water. So it's quite an upbeat combat music, unfortunately now for just a big fucking giant.
Is the ambience choppy for anyone else, or is it just me?
I've just cut the ambience off actually.
I might do a quick
Still
refresh.
They just
For
mean
me.
hearing.
Okay, so this is Akarios the Returned. Begin combat. Sophia is up first.
No pressure. Wonderful.
Oh, Gaffaros, no, you're not in this fight. Go away. You're steering. Okay, there we
Hey,
go.
he can be though. Let's be.
He has no stats. He is just here for representation.
Here for representation. Wonderful.
Actually, no, he could. Let me add him back in. Okay, Sophia, it's you. Then Arelis, Eurydice, Vulcan.
I'm just checking how far he is.
He is currently 75 feet from you.
Technically have absolutely nothing right at this point in time to have. Okay, best I can do is.
You have,
at this
sorry
point
to
in
interrupt you,
time-
these islands outside as well they're not underwater. They are standable on sort of here, there. Anything that juts out of the water you're able to stand on.
Interesting. Okay, thank you very much for that. Then I'm going to go hop on this first one. Do I need to make any abilities checks?
Not with your slippers.
No, that's a very, very good point. And I am just going to cast Shielded Faith on myself. Just to be safe.
Shield of Faith. Okay, make sure to click it off so it uses... There we go. Excellent. Right. Anything else from you, Sophia?
No, I think that's it. Or can I use my action to take the dodge action?
Sure.
that
Yeah,
allowed?
absolutely. Yeah, it is. You only jump down on a Shield of Faith's a bonus, isn't it? Yeah. Absolutely. So you're now dodging. Arelis, you're up. Eurydice, you're next.
Airless, already on the edge. Is that called the bow of the ship? She looks out and calls out in giant to this big man. Please, just take us to your queen. We want no quarrel with you. And I'm going to use my action to try and persuade him.
Make it
And-
with... Oh, go on.
I have my otherworldly glamour.
Oh,
So
tell me more. Tell me more.
I have proficiency in persuasion. I also speak giant. I also add my charisma, my wisdom modifier to any charisma check I make.
Okay. Roll it, but at disadvantage.
Would this count as an attack, so to speak? I mean, it wouldn't, right?
don't think it
Wouldn't.
would. No.
Okay. I was gonna try and see if I could put favored fill on him. All right. Disadvantage, I guess.
Disadvantage being because you killed this guy. It doesn't take a lot to convince him to work with you.
Well, technically, Sophia killed him. I was just set
That's
decoration.
your headcanon that you're trying to shift. You're trying to shift war crimes onto someone else. Let's see what we roll.
So that's going to be it's going to be 18 total.
He pauses for a moment, and you just see his eyes narrow.
dear. And for my bonus action, I'm going to go ahead and cast Hunter's Mark on him.
Okay. Eurydice, you're up. Vulcan, you're next.
All right. Can I also cast Hunter's Mark on him so I also get that bonus damage? Or once he's marked, does that mean I cannot do it again?
Do you have Hunter's Mark?
I do.
So many. Oh, is this just like you're a ranger as well? Yeah, you.
No, I'm a...
Yeah, it only applies to the caster,
Cool.
doesn't it? So yeah, you would put your own mark on it, I guess. I've never had a group with 2 rangers or 2 casters in, so I'm not sure. Yeah, pop your own on.
And I'll say that my Hunter's Mark looks like a series of green fireflies swarming around him.
Nice.
My Hunter's Mark looks like the flames of Hades around him.
A study in contrast.
She's casting it at 2nd level.
Okay. Wait, what does upcast and Hunter's Mark do? My ranger never does it.
Doesn't it get an extra... Don't I get an extra d6 for every level, or no?
Oh, cool.
It's just duration on Hunter's Mark.
Oh, okay. Well, then never mind. She'll
Yeah,
just use
fuck,
first level.
fuck that. This guy won't live that long.
All right, so she will do Hunter's Mark first, and then she is going to... Let's see here. Let's do Call Lightning.
Ooh.
That's kind of fun. Yeah, so she's going to do Call Lightning at him. And so... Yeah, let's use... I have to do it at 3rd level. Okay. That's a huge template.
It is huge.
That feels much bigger than it should be, or is that just the size of it?
That's
It
what
is a massive spell.
All right, well, that's the point. She's gonna do. We're just gonna miss. I have to see what the spell does because I've never used Call Lightning before.
I'm sure it's not even a saving throw, is it? It's just...
Like, it creates a massive cloud, and then you can
It's a
call lightning bolt.
dexterity saving throw, and then the creature takes 3d10 lightning damage on a failed save or half as much on a successful one.
Okay.
And on each of my turns, I can use my action again to do this. And I think if I'm outdoors, it's not stormy conditions, so never mind.
Okay, right. He will make the saving throw. It's a dex saving throw, was it?
Yes.
Can you hit damage? It should prompt it.
Well, I don't think it will for this, because he does that with advantage.
Ooh.
So, what DC did it need?
11.
11, so he takes half damage from it. So you click the damage for me. As the lightning crashes down, you see that the layer of skeletons on him almost seems to rise up and push back against it. Oh, it knew he was to have advantage. Okay, never mind. Cool. So, yeah, so the skeletons kind of rise up and put themselves in the way, and you see large chunks of them just come tumbling and clattering down to the floor and sort of offered up as a bit of a shield against him. So, yeah, it still definitely hurts him, but...
And do I apply a Hunter's Mark to that as well?
I think
Yes.
it's only a tau. Okay, cool.
I believe
think
it's
so, yeah.
weapon attacks.
It's weapon attack? Okay, never mind.
Oh, never mind. I rolled it anyway. Just ignore it.
Okay. Anything else from you?
No, I think that's going to be her sexy turn.
Okay, Vulcan, you're up. I'll leave the template there because you can keep using that next turn, can't you? You can. I'm sure you
Yes.
can reuse. Yeah, I'll leave that up for now then. Vulcan, it's you.
Vulcan is going to run and jump down onto that rock next to Sophia.
You're probably going to see her look at the entire storm like life just flashed before her eyes.
It's not going to hurt you. I choose where the lightning goes.
A number of dead fish and a single dead siren have risen up to the surface after the first blast.
Definitely seeing life flash before my eyes.
Okay, Vulcan.
He's then going to continue running and leap onto this next rock because
Soundly.
he has hella movement speed. And he's going to grasp the spear in both hands, raise it up, bracing it so that he's got, again, both hands on it, and he's going to expend 6 charges to cast Sunbeam.
Nice.
And this enormous blast of light comes tearing out and goes straight into the center of Akarios. And there's just this huge cry of just... as he takes a single step back, and you just see an explosion of those corpses come flying off his chest and raw, exposed, burnt flesh underneath.
Excellent. I don't think I've got any bonuses. Let me just quick check. No, as a bonus action, I activate the Cape of Billowing.
Hell yes! Yeah!
MVP.
Okay.
And that is it.
Gaffaros continues steering the ship between these rocks. Akarios will come wading out. I said will come wading out. Oh, I'm in ruler mode, that's why. Why can't I select him? Is it because we're stuck inside a... There we go. Oops, sorry.
Ooh, a bit too close.
Will come wading out. The water just coming up to mid-chest. He... Oh, do we lose someone?
Wow.
I thought I heard
We
someone
lost
drop.
Sophia.
I'm sure she will hop back on momentarily. It comes striding out to you, breathes in, and then just emits a... as a huge,
all over me.
a huge cloud of just corpse-like smoke comes bursting out. 60 feet long, 10 feet wide. Don't know why it isn't clipping. It's making me choose between Eurydice or Arylis. Well, those are very similar names. But Arylis, you would also be included in this. Could you all please... Well, 2 of you, it's going to do automatically. But Arylis, could you also please make me a DC 18 Constitution saving throw?
Constitution saving throw, eh?
Yes, please.
Oof. Wait, hold on. I might get... I think I get advantage on something.
So
Sure.
it's a 21 for Airless.
Okay, so you take... Where are we? You take 20 necrotic damage.
Jeez.
Did anyone fail? Trying to see if anyone
I did.
failed. You do. You are also knocked prone then. Well, depending on what you're about to look up.
What was the DC?
18.
Oh, shit.
So I take how much necrotic damage?
You take... Yours was... Where are we? Constitution saving throw... It's already done it to you. Your dice were very, very nice. You took 20.
Oh, but I took 10 because I get... I'm resistant. Okay.
Yes.
Wait, so she saved, right?
She failed, but she resists the damage. Or a portion of the damage.
But, okay, so... Because you told me I took 20 damage, and you told her she took 20 damage, even though I saved.
Oh yeah, I rolled it again. I don't know why I typed out the roll again for you. Oh, because you weren't included in the initial calculation. So yeah, actually, you would have taken 10. Sorry, just
Okay.
the dice I typed in manually for you was a massive big roll. Just shit luck. Damage is rolled once, isn't it, on a saving throw, not individually. Did I just hear Wang come back as well?
Yes, sorry about that.
That's okay. We just all attacked you while you were gone.
Am I still alive?
You are. That is his action, and I don't think that forms part of his multi-attack, so that is him done. Sophia, you're back just in time.
Ooh, talk about timing.
I need to make a concentration check, actually.
Oh shit, yeah. Just for your billowing cloak.
Boom. Easy.
Oh, nice.
Does Sunbeam persist, does it?
It
In
does.
fact, yeah, Eurydice.
It's like Call Lightning, you can do it every turn.
That's a good point. Why didn't it prompt Eurydice to make a saving? It's called lightning, not concentration.
No, I don't
It
think
is,
so.
but mine didn't either. It doesn't seem to have automated it for us.
Okay, can you make me a con save and throw as well then, please, Eurydice?
Yes.
Easy.
19.
Yeah, all day, every day. Okay, Sophia, it's you. Aralis, you're next.
From where I am, I think that my compatriot is in the entire ball of lightning, and doing so, I'm going to cast Fairy Fire on the giant.
Nice.
And he fails!
Oh, we failed with advantage
Nice.
as well.
I love that. I love that.
So now he's just shining bright like a diamond. And I will be using my movement to get in close and just take out my dancing rapier.
Okay.
And well, try to attack.
Woo! Yep.
Nice.
That'll do it.
The Giant Slayer. I'm telling you.
And that'll be a 14.
Yep. If that hits, the damage is done. Tell me how you hit him.
Woo! I'm just making a quick motion to get my rapier out of where it should be and just try to make it aim straight for one of the eye.
How tall are you?
Probably not very high, but
I mean,
at least
you've
the
got
thing
those-
can jump like 30 feet.
Okay. Anything else from you?
No, that's enough.
Aralis, you're up. Eurydice, you're next.
All right.
So seeing this glistening giant corpse giant, I'm gonna go ahead and make him my favorite foe. And then I am going to I pull out one of my special arrows. This one is like a blue wood covered in crystallized ice rime. And as I fire it, it's going to go ahead and I'm not aiming it directly at him. I'm actually going to aim it behind him so that he's within the 20-foot space that when the arrow collides with the earth, it shatters into ice and creates an ice storm.
Nice.
I can't seem to cast it from my sheet.
Yeah, it's a good point. Let me actually add the spell. I think clicking it will just take you to the probably Roll20 page for it. So let me just quickly throw in Ice Storm into your spells and just choose, if it tells you, untick it using any sort of slots or shit like that. Oh, you have to use a spell scroll, handy. So yeah, you should be able to cast it from your consumables.
Cool. All right, hold on.
I think that's the best way of doing one-off spells that isn't going to fuck with it going, oh, you haven't got the slots.
Right, so with that, Homeboy has to make a dex save, I believe.
Yeah, if you click damage, it should do it automatically, make him do it and apply the damage. Now, give it it seems to take a second to do this calculate part. It should remember that he has advantage. It's always as soon as I get fed up and start to question it not working, that's when it then seems to do it. If I click somewhere else, right, it doesn't seem to have done it. That's weird. Okay, so that was the damage. Let me do a dex save and throw for him. with advantage. 7.
Yeah.
Wow, this guy is advantageously is failing. So he takes. Oh, now it's done it. You son of a bitch.
No, that was me for some
Me
reason.
go.
Oh, right. Was it waiting on some other input from you?
I guess so. Yeah. I don't know why they did that though.
Okay, it says he. Well, we rolled it and it said he didn't. So let me just. Oh no, it has applied the damage in full. Oh fuck. Okay. Isn't there a secondary effect to that as well? Oh, difficult
So yes.
terrain.
So he takes the 2d8 bludgeoning damage plus 46 cold, or half on a save, but he didn't. And he is now in difficult terrain as long as he's within the area of effect.
Excellent. Okay. Anything else from you?
And I think that's gonna be. Oh, I guess I have an attack actually, and he also takes. Oh no, wait. So would this count as a weapon attack because it's coming from my weapon, even though it's a spell?
Yes, because the effect of one of the arrows.
Okay, so he takes an additional 1d6. Let me click that. From a hunter's mark.
Yeah, the way from reading your weapon, for me, I take that to be when that arrow hits and impacts, then the effect of that arrow happens. So he has already been stabbed by a sharp piece of wood, and then this all happens.
So that's going to be, I believe it rolled 2.
But it should have been 5.
It's 1d6.
It's gonna be a +3.
Yeah. Does Hunter's Mark add proficiency? I've never used the spell before, so like
D6, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's just straight d6. So he takes 2 points of additional damage, and then I'm going to use my second attack to actually just shoot him.
Nice. Oh, goes wide somehow.
miss with a 3.
The size of a target.
Still, just a quick question. Since the giant is affected by fairy fire, doesn't he have advantage?
Shit the bed. I think you're right. Or was it only perception?
Do I have advantage?
Or was it only perception check? My big shame is that I always still get mixed up between fairy fire in D&D and World of Warcraft fairy fire. Let's have a look. He's been hit by it. He's failed the dex save and throw. He gives off light. Yeah, any roll against an affected creature has advantage if it can be seen. So yeah, absolutely, your attacks are with advantage.
See, Sophia coming through.
Hold on, I just got booted from Foundry for some reason, so I'm trying to come back in.
No, it was deliberate. It's because it's quickly been established there's only room for one badass bitch, and it's Sophia. So everyone's getting shouldered out.
All right, so that's going to be okay. So there's a 22 to hit.
Mm-hmm. Definitely hits. Whoa, that dice went ping-ponging off the screen to me.
Right. So it's going to be 7 points plus a favored foe, which is 1d6.
Mm-hmm.
So 7 plus 4, so 11 plus. I'm going to go ahead and Hunter's Mark him. Well, he's already Hunter's Marked, so that's 1d6. So 12 plus my. I'm going to put my Dreadful Strike into it.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you back in, by the way, Eurydice?
I am.
Excellent. So yeah, roll your Dreadful Strikes. Level 4.
All right,
nice.
so that's going to be.
It's already done. So your actual attacks apply automatically, and then I've just manually added on the other little increments as you rolled them. So yeah, he's looking fucked already. He's being hit by lightning, wading up to his waist in an ocean that is now frozen around it, wedging him in place, being pelted with hailstones. I mean, you have grown in power significantly since the last time you killed this guy. He is perhaps having a bad day. Eurydice, you're up. Vulcan, you're next.
All right, so she is going to bonus action switch her weapon. So she's going to pull out her short bow instead of using her sword, and is going to fire a shot at friend here. I think he's in her range. Yeah.
Yeah, 55 foot. It's 60 for a bow, isn't it?
She
I don't want
ran
to get
all
right on
the
top
way.
of them.
She just legs it over the water.
That's not what I meant to do.
Get in there.
One of these days, I'll remember to target the damn token. Today is not that day.
Oh, that was a dramatic roll.
That's 27.
Remember you had advantage as well, sorry, in case you want to roll again for a crit, because of Fairy Fire.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, by the way, he takes an additional 3 because I fired it from my bow.
Okay.
All right, so no advantage.
Okay, we can still hit the damage on the previous one that hit.
He also takes an additional 2 because of my archery boosters. Sorry.
Nice! No, this is great! This is
Had
great!
your turn! You had your go! No, cool. Yeah, high level. Just so many little chip damages build up, don't they? So yeah, so your first
All
arrow
right, so that's
hits.
7 damage,
Yeah.
and then take a d6 for
Hunter's Mark.
Hunter's Mark. And that's a 5. And then I think that is all I can do, because I use my bonus action and my action. So that's it, brother.
Okay. Volcan, you're up. Sophia, you're soon.
I am going to step backwards in front of Sophia.
Your billowing coat, just slapping her in the face and getting around her head.
Am I going to be attacked?
You are going to be attacked. Thank you for reminding me.
Baiting that reaction. Psych!
Just an enormous... The ice cracks, water just sprays up into you both, shards of ice. Yeah. He is baited.
I'm just going to level a spear at him again, and...
It's another sunbeam. Yeah, another heavy blast. He saves this time, but it's still... Oh, that was a really high die as well. Yeah. Again, just all these corpses come falling to the floor. You've killed enough things over the years, but you're perhaps cautious and you sort of keep an eye on these skeletons for a second to see if they're about to get up, but they just smoulder on the ice, even just sinking through it.
Cool, and I'm just going to remain there in front of Sophia, since she's quite small and he's quite large.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
He steps slightly closer, like an icebreaker, just dragging forward, crunching his way through the fresh sort of flows created by by Arelis's arrow, and he is going to make 2 slam attacks. One at
I'm going to
you.
regret not having my shield on me.
Oh, also,
19,
I'm
19.
sorry, I
Remember myself.
forgot something, Volcan. I need you to make me a DC 18 Constitution saving throw. As the skeletons fallen off him, as you're close to him, you become aware of just the horrible stench, but almost immediately induces a headache, and doesn't matter because you saved it. Let's have a look.
Well, he's also technically in melee range with Sophia.
Wait until it gets to her turn. So yes, he is going to make a slam at you. I don't think... Did I roll it? I did. And then he, with his other fist, tries to slam that down onto... Oh, what's Volcan up to? Was that your concentration? Sorry. Don't know what... Concentrating mustn't be enabled. I really thought it was. And then he also tries to slam Sophia. Hits. For 17 damage. This huge corpse-like fist just slams down, almost knocks you on your back. That's all he's going to do. Sophia, before you do anything, please make me a DC 18 Constitution saving throw.
Constitution.
That hovered on an 18 for me.
No.
You take 3d6 necrotic damage. Let me just target you. I think it'll do it like this. No, it doesn't. Okay, let me take that off you manually. I always forget that.
Is that complete or is that halved?
It's not one like that. You have failed it, and you cannot regain any hit points.
No, I was asking that because of the half plate armor of necrotic resistance which you gave me.
Ooh, are you wearing that now? Is that in your? You should have it in your damage resistances. Oh no, you don't. Right, we'll fix that. In that case, yes, you've only lost 6 health because you are resistant to necrotic damage.
Nice.
Thank you very much for reminding me. Can you please up your HP by 6 for me, Sophia? And I think... Oh, yeah, so that's your turn now. So, yeah, that was the start of your go. Sophia, what are you doing with your go? Aralis, you're up next.
I'm going to shake my head and try to get back on track. And I'm just going to come in close to him and call, "We already showed you once, old man. Get a hand already." And I'm going to try to hit him with the rapier. I still have advantage, don't I?
You do, yes. Nice.
Much better.
I'm going to assume that hits.
Yes, it absolutely does. Now, it doesn't do this automatically, I don't think. But he also need. Did you roll an extra 2d6 there? Oh, it has put it all in automatically.
Yes?
Oh no, I think you need to click other formula for it to roll the additional giantkin damage.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, 2d6.
Oh, it knows.
Yeah. So I don't think it's applied that part automatically. Let's have a look.
Other formulas never do for some reason.
As the rapier goes into him, there's just like almost like a grenade explosion from inside his flesh, and there's just a shower of like viscera, and some of those bones come flying out. He needs to make me a DC. He needs to make a strength saving throw.
Hasn't he done it?
Oh, is it already done? Oh, it's put it in. Oh, wow, that is... I'm not used to SRD items that are built so well. Yeah, he also falls prone, which I feel in these circumstances means he falls beneath the water. Oh, no, prone is forward, isn't it? So, yeah, he is now basically slumped on the rocks, leant forward. There's just a tormented. Anything else from Sophia?
Oh, bonus action, dancing rapier. Go, little guy.
That'll be an advantage attack again, remember?
Yes, and I forgot to hit the advantage.
Do you want to roll it again, just in case it's a crit? No, okay. Go on, hit damage. I think there's a lot to be said, Monkey. But if you notice, but you've completed almost 2 combats in the length of one of our regular sessions.
I have noticed that, yes.
That is another 11 damage. He is not looking good. Anything else from you?
No, I think that's enough out of me.
Okay, Aralis, you're up. Eurydice, you're next.
All right. So, seeing that he's prone, and I would have disadvantage on a shot, right? 'Cause he's prone.
But he also has.
The fire fairy.
Yeah, so balanced out for a regular attack.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and notch 2 more arrows. Ooh, not with that natural 1. Second one, as the first one goes extremely wide. Also, the ice storm is gone now.
The what, sorry?
The ice storm is gone now.
Is it? I thought it lasted.
Yeah,
so long.
and it ends on
Okay,
at the end
cool.
of my turn.
I will get rid of. I think that was the template, wasn't it? Or that was a template. Yeah, get rid of that. It was the square one, wasn't it? Was Ice Storm?
No, that one was
20-foot circle.
yeah.
Okay.
All right, so with a 20 I hit, and it's going to be...
Was the square the fairy fire?
Yes.
Yeah, we can get rid of that because we know he's got it. And core lightning is continuing, isn't it, Eurydice?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so it's going to be 7 piercing plus 3 additional damage plus...
Yep.
Plus an additional 8 for favored foe and what's that called?
Hunter's Mark?
The other thing.
Yes, Hunter's Mark. Thank you, Hunter's Mark. And then I think that's no Dreadful Strikes. Sorry.
He's looking terrible.
So, yeah, so it's 7 plus 10, 18, 22 points of damage.
Done. To save us as a CR11 enemy, he is just getting absolutely shrickety-shrecked. Anything else, Marilis?
That's going to be it.
Eurydice, you're up. Vulcan, you're next.
All right, so she's going to do her short bow again because Sophia and Vulcan are too close for her to do the lightning safely.
I think it only does like a 5-foot.
It's 5-foot radius, but I don't know. I want to try something different, so we'll see.
Ooh.
All right, so she's gonna do her short bow and see if that hits. It's a 24, and it's going to do.
As it hits Eurydice from kind of the gap in the decking to the rest of the ship below, you just hear, "You're amazing."
I hate you so much. So it's 5 damage, and then she is going to use her divine smite.
You can smite
to
on
do
arrows.
some
That's
extra radiant
amazing.
damage. Yeah, divine smite with arrows. Why isn't it letting me do? Okay. I wanted to do it at a higher level, but okay.
When you
So
click damage,
we-
does it not give you the option to?
No, it's just telling me like
Yeah, of
2d8.
course. You can always type up the formula manually for the additional if you want to.
She's gonna cast it at 3rd level because she's
Okay.
got
Smites to spare.
she's got smites to spare. Plus an additional 11 damage, plus Hunter's Mark.
Stop, Eurydice. Tell me how you kill it.
Oh my goodness! Okay.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Before you do, sorry.
Yes.
Now tell us.
Amazing. So, she, seeing her friends around her and everything, just, it all comes rushing back the last time they had this fight, and she shoots her arrows off and then sort of, throws a hand down to, like, the underworld and, like, just calls on all of the powers that Persephone has given her and just sort of like fucking shoots it out of her hands like Iron Man, just this like wave of radiant energy that just utterly massacres this guy, like shattering the bodies all across the sea.
And just this enormous Russian conglomeration of different magical effects just leap up and blast on the husk of Aquarius, and he just explodes backwards, falling into the ice and water and sinking out of sight. And you hear another, "So amazing." Come to my family's winery.
We'll see.
So, yeah. He is defeated.
I'm alive.
You did it, Sophia. And as
believe
I
it's
say that,
right.
I pat Eurydice on the back.
No, I want her to have the glory anyway. She's so cute.
We're alive! I kind of call out, and I am going to hug Vulcan because he's the closest to me. We're alive!
Vulcan is just like, yes, it's fantastic.
Eurydice will also cast away the storm at this point, and look to our friend driving the boat, and I'll forget his name too. Golthias? It's a Golthias seed? Gothros? And say, all right, the job's not done. We have to go get her back.
This looks like a good spot to board as any. Shall we dismount and make our way up the shore?
We'll drop anchor and wait here for you. I'm not leaving the boat. Sirens and harpies around here for sure.
And stay safe. Stay under deck if you must. And we will be back hopefully very soon.
He nods with a grunt and sees you all off the ship before he heads below deck himself. Let's say, given the hour, there was a period of travel and exploration and survival and a few excellent shots done. Maybe even some sort of riddle with a sphinx. What, more of a Greek sphinx?
Greek sphinx.
But eventually, yeah, sphinxos.
A grink.
A grinks. That sounds like some sort of racist Mexican Jim Carrey Christmas hating monstrosity.
Oh no!
But a period of time passes, and you find yourself in front of this. Tucked away deep in the heart of the jungle, a old faded stone temple with steps that immediately descend down. Through this period of travel, you would be afforded the benefit of a short rest.
Yeah.
So please apply that to yourselves.
Excellent. And DM allowing, I am also going to very quietly, as possible, while doing our short rest, also offer the Song of Rest. Is asks me to.
You want to what? Sorry, do a Song of Rest. What for get more HP back?
Yes.
Your mic's cracking up a little bit now, Juan, which it wasn't before.
It's probably because my internet has gone wacky. If I take a short break, I'm going to try to relog.
I think we'll probably try and push through, given the hour now. But if you want to relog, that's absolutely fine.
It's not super bad. Also, what does Song of Rest do?
Is it an extra
D6?
Nice.
So, descending the steps, you find yourself in what was clearly once a very fine, very opulent palace or great building, but has now fallen into severe, not full ruin, but certainly neglect and decay. You don't have the usual sort of moss and plant life growing on the walls like you do in these underground ruins, but there's certainly several puddles that haven't been picked up, the floors haven't been swept, there's large amounts of gravel and debris on the floor. Oh, and there's also a man made of stone frozen directly in front of you. His pose looking as if he was maybe running for the entrance at some point.
Is he holding a scroll?
He's not. He's holding a banana. No, it looks like it looks like he's holding the hilt of a sword that has been broken. I mean, I say he was running.
Wow.
Obviously, this is just a statue that's been carved in the likeness of someone running.
Well, I would like to, much like Gandalf, slam my spear into the ground and use it to cast light in 30 foot of bright and 60 foot of dim light.
I'll presume you, being a learned foundry man, have this all set up to toggle onto yourself already.
I normally would, but I can do it in 1 second.
Fucking crap.
While this is happening, can I investigate the statue? I want to be sure that it is a statue and not something that was become a statue.
Certainly, make me an investigation check.
Okie dokie.
Or maybe make an insight check against me because you failed to notice my extreme sarcasm before. This is even with a 9. This is, knowing what you know about her, this is definitely someone who was turned into a statue. The features, no mason alive could capture the abject terror on the face of a statue. Oh, Vulcan has. Have you lit a torch, or is it? Oh, you said it's a spell, wasn't it?
No, it's Crusaor, the Spear of Heliod.
Nice. Okay. Eurydice, Arylis, what are you all up to?
Sorry, I just took a massive bite of food. I feel so bad. I was just like, oh, my food just got. Eurydice is going to take a few steps around and try to unlock or see if this door in front of her, the first of the two, is locked or.
It does not give at all when you try and open it.
And the
Simultaneously, I
same
try
with
to
the
draw.
same with the second one.
The same.
This door, however.
Arliss is going to go ahead for the third door.
I think Eurydice tried both, and both
Oh, she
were
did?
locked.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
All right. So then, seeing Vulcan go through, she'll sort of gesture to the others that this one is unlocked and follow.
What
Okay.
do our elf eyes see?
You enter what looks like it was possibly some sort of antechamber at some point. The walls are all covered with mirrors, but each of them, and every one of them, has been smashed open. The floor is just littered with shards of glass. The torches are extinguished in here. It's just the image of them. Yeah, this is a room covered in a glass floor.
Not surprising that she doesn't like mirrors.
What
It's
do you
better
see?
this way, though. It's better this way, though. If we catch a reflection, then I presume we would be done for. We'd be much like the statue in the court, the foyer.
Right you are. Shall we continue on this way?
Seems like the best place to go.
More statues. Ooh, what was that?
That was a misclick from me.
Sorry. What was that? What was that?
Did we hear what that was?
You heard what sounded like the creak of a door, but it was not a door that you opened.
I'm
Beyond God.
trying to listen as best as I can. Is there anything
And
else
shut the
moving
door.
around
Make
here?
a perception check for me.
Yeah, can I make one too?
Of course.
Vulcan's just trying to be quiet so that they can listen and pay attention.
Yeah, Eurydice is sort of stealthing her way through this.
Sounds like it came from the north.
It's a 27.
Yeah, you heard that it came. It sounded like it came from beyond the door to the north of you all. You kind of like almost feel like you felt the slightest vibration of the door closing through the wall to your right, Aralis.
There's something to the right of us.
Vulcan nods and is going to, as stealthy as one can in his beautiful knee-high sandals, creep towards the door.
You would still do the same.
She will put on her knee-high sandals and follow.
Well, I'll put
No,
on
she's
knee-high
using
sandals.
using her boots of elven kind.
Oh.
Maybe
Very good.
reflavored as knee-high sandals
Of elven kind.
of elven kind.
Knee-high sandals of elven kind.
At this point in time, Sophia is definitely putting on the cloak to her cloak of elvenkind. I'm not risking disadvantage on any stealth checks that we're ever going to make.
Okay.
Oh wait, I can cast Pass Without a Trace. Hold on.
And so it was, they held on. As Eurydice shouted out, "Wait for me!
Hold on!
I can cast a spell!"
We can be stealthy!
All right. So I think we get.
I'm not sure the
10
template was really necessary.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But
Oh, it's got the template. That's... Yeah, you always get plus 10 to stealth, don't you?
Yes.
best
Okay,
Vexalia
let's
life.
creep
today.
in.
So you find yourself in what looks like it used to be a sort of bathing room or sauna. There is a large bath or pool carved into the floor with snakehead taps or faucets for our American friends. But the water lies still. A number of braziers are around the room, but as you step in with a hiss, they all spring to life.
Ooh.
So
that's
much
cool.
for being sneaky.
Can I do a quick perception check to see if there's anything behind this door that I'm in front of?
Behind? Oh, like hearing anything going on behind it. Yeah, make me a
Yes.
perception check. You hear the soft
27.
cracklings of a flame.
Vulcan turns to Sophia and says, "Look, that table, it looks like there might be some kind of ingredients or spell components." He says that more softly than I did.
Mm-hmm. Just a bit closer. I'm looking over there, and I am going to summon Mage Hand, and I'm just going to have it go over to the table, and I'll check to see what's there. I'm not getting too far away from the rest of the party. I'm holding on to Eurydice right now.
Looks like she knows
What's
we're
it?
here.
Oh, good. We do love to make an entrance.
What are you
do you
doing
say?
with Mage Hand, sorry, Sophia?
I was looking over to the table of, well, ingredients to see and just pull back whatever it is that I can find over there. I don't want to touch it myself.
Okay, yeah. As the Mage Hand brings over like the pestle and mortar, you can see there seem to be some dried mushrooms that have been ground down in there. There's a fair bit of residue left in the bowl.
That instantly puts me a bit on edge. I was about to say that I want to sniff it to see if I can recognize the mushroom.
You certainly can. You can make me a nature check with advantage.
Open up.
DM, is there space underneath the door to see like a opening at all?
Not
Or is it,
really.
like,
It's
flush?
quite. It's,
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty flush. 16. You would know, Sophia, that these are Dragna toadstools, which are used in several medicines. They can be used for healing potions. They can also be used for a draft that induces sleepy compliance.
Ooh. Well, friends, I got good news and bad news. The good news, these aren't poisonous. The bad news are... and I'm going to relate to them what you just told me.
What do you think? Do we head to the northwest or through this hole into the room with the big snake on the floor?
There's something behind this door, but I can't quite make out what. Hear the flickering of a flame.
I say perhaps we take the proper path and maybe continue our way through. She knows we're here after all, so.
Very fair point.
Well, I am shining a big light into the main chamber, so I'm not surprised.
I'd like to open the door and just like get a quick peek inside.
Eurydice will move over as sort of like backup.
Oh. Sorry, I was trying to open it for you. Right,
Let me open the door.
Damn DM taking control of everything.
It's a bedchamber.
Again, smashed
Do I
mirrors.
see anything else about it?
No, just what's there on the map. Large, very decorative brazier next to the bed, with a carved snake around it. Neglected, ruined furniture. A plant that is doing quite well.
Can I make a nature check to see why it's doing well?
Doing quite well?
Yeah.
That looks like a nern root.
Make me a nern. Hey, I've got the one second. I've got
Sophia, could you come take a look at this plant for
noise.
us? You got a noise.
No, yeah, you gonna look at the plant?
And yeah, Aerolus has asked Sophia to check on the plant.
I am definitely going to come and check on the plant.
Yeah.
I'm going closer to it. I'm trying to take her in, and then I'm going to politely say, "Hello. What's your name?" And I'm casting Speak with Plants.
Ooh.
Which I didn't realize has a template, but apparently I can speak with plants.
All of those
Does it
areas. Speak with plants.
I think all my mushrooms are just currently talking to me all at the same time.
Okay, so you cast. Yeah, you cast it. The plant sort of quivers for a moment, and you hear a very soft sort of back. Hello.
Oh my god!
Hello, dears. I hope you're doing safe. If you don't mind, I want to speak with this one over here right now. I don't think she's been treated very well so far. To who do you belong, dear?
The Queen. We belong to the Queen.
Okay, I'm also relaying to the party what the plant is saying.
Let's I presume that belonged to the Queen. I would ask and see if they know what area she resides in. I'm not entirely sure what we ask a plant.
That feels like a good plan.
So, dearie, do you know where your queen might be right now?
She leaves. She only comes here to sleep. We never leave.
I do wonder why she never turned you into a bit of stone. Do you not see her?
Do we look like we have eyes? We're just a plant. This is a lot of improv. Give me a break.
Great, it's so good.
That's very deary. When was she here last time?
A different plant in the same pot, like a separate shoot of it, sort of turns and just says,
She left this morning.
Well, being here, was she ever muttering to herself, maybe talking about a young girl? Maybe somebody called, well, either Andromeda or something about the Oracle? Did you ever hear her say something about this?
Nothing, we never heard nothing.
Question. You want to get out of here? How are you so green without any sun?
the plant doesn't respond, possibly doesn't have that knowledge.
The plant's not self-aware.
It didn't study biology.
I follow us.
I'm green?
What is photosynthesis?
What is a plant?
What is a plant? Who knows? How weird are people going to look at me if I take the plant with us?
I feel like this is par
we
for the
know you
course for
quite
her.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it. Give it a better home.
I'm taking the plant over with me.
Help! 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 We're being kidnapped!
No, if they don't cry out.
I'm
You
going to
can
introduce you
liberate
to the sun.
you can liberate the plant pot, yes.
I'm liberating the plant plot.
Forget the
Come on,
oracle,
I'm going to
guys.
introduce-
I got what I need.
Come on, I'm going to introduce you to the sun. You'll love him.
Okay, and the plant. So plant pot comes along with you.
Does the plant pot have the same rules that Dragna uses for truffle, as in, as long as the plant is not used in combat, it is safe?
Yes.
Okay, good, because we would hate for, like, Medusa to shatter the pot or something like that.
Yeah.
No.
Be vengeful.
If this ever leads to like a follow-up session or a second one-shot with you guys in Theros, the plant pot will be a recurring character.
Yes!
I'll totally awake.
Yes!
I'm totally going to awaken it, so it'll be fine.
Jesus Christ. Excellent.
Sentient aloe vera. I'm so
yeah.
excited.
Hey, it's a snake plant.
There you go.
Mother-in-law's tongue.
Please,
Okay.
I need to look up what the word for snake is in Greek.
Serpos. Okay, yes. So Volcan, your light shines through past a lit brazier into a much larger hall.
I'm going to lead the way.
Time for this boss battle.
Sliding past this brazier. This room appears to be filled with further statues. Now I see why this door was unable to be opened. Perhaps we should clear it in case we need to exit in a hurry.
Yo, you're not playing Halvor now if you ain't got the strength.
12 strength Halvor? Hell yes I have.
Back in the days when you were 27 strength Halvor.
Yeah, I do miss those days.
Here, I'll give you a hand.
Oh yeah. Aralis is not weak.
Yeah, I mean,
on,
she
actually,
looks pretty
I'm not
lean.
athletic
It's all
on
kind
that.
of leg strength, but, she's pretty tough.
Okay, so you made that with advantage, did you, Vulcan?
I did, but I should have also added athletics proficiency, which is an extra +3.
Okay. You make me one as well.
I've got a...
Yeah, because you already had advantage.
Okay, yeah. Do I get advantage on mine or just normal?
Yeah. You've got the time. There's no immediate peril. Yeah, between you, you're able to
27,
kind of
24.
half. You're able to roll gradually because it is what is it called? Is it crenulated when it's like this? You manage to roll gradually one away and drag the other one. And although I have no changes to make to the map, I can update it to show that the doors can now be opened.
Nice.
Well, we've got an escape route if we need it. Shall we press on?
Let's finish this.
Do we see any?
You'll escape.
Well, we took care of your husband again.
Are you ready, fellows?
My
I just
fur
wish-
is sticking out. And
I
it's
wish
on
I'd had the speed to crop an enormous version of that plant dropped as a tile behind this door. And as you enter, you see sat, laid back on a throne made of countless statues. The large, coiled, haughty-looking form of Queen Uriel.
Lively ever to my eyes.
That's a
She's
badass picture.
She's beautiful. Yeah.
Man.
It is a fucking power queen picture, isn't it?
Oh. Wow.
Oh my god, she's huge.
She's like,
Yeah.
Vex
Yeah,
is
like, she's technically
oh
huge.
boy, I hope this doesn't awaken anything in me.
Oh, it has.
Absolutely.
Things have been
This is
awakened.
where
it
she's
was already awake.
so this is what I'm
confirmed.
talking about. I get it now.
No, go fuck yourself. Absolutely not.
Zephyr would
Absolutely
like
not.
bust a wad at this entire game.
Is that what? So yes, she is sat there, staring straight at you down the room. What are you all
Do
doing?
we instantly turn to stone?
You don't. You were expecting it, but now that is out there and it is in the air. It's in the room that I presume you are all attempting to not make eye contact with her.
Oh yeah, Eurydice's looking at the floor.
So the way this works, where is it? Where are we?
We're looking
here
at
we
the
go.
ground, but
Unless
us as players would be
surprised-
looking at her.
Yeah. Unless surprised, which none of you are, a creature can avert its eyes to avoid the saving throw involved with this ability at the start of its turn. If a creature does so, it can't see the Medusa until the start. So basically, you're either looking at it or choosing to have disadvantage on your rolls if you're attempt to look at her. That's within 30 feet. Okay?
So wait, what if we're outside of that 30 feet?
You can
radius?
look at that. You can look at that. The effect is within 30 feet.
Okay, got you.
Fortunately, this room is 30 feet across.
Damn it. Where's Andromeda?
Looking away.
Where is Andromeda?
Exactly where I need her to be. You came quicker than I expected. Excellent.
She did expect us to come.
Oh, yes.
Is that why we're here? Because you wanted us to be here?
Not all of you. Just her.
And she points to Eurydice.
Yeah, I was looking at Eurydice before she even answered.
Why do you want me here?
Because your powers are different to theirs.
In what way is that
Yours
useful
comes
to
from
you?
a bargain. No. You'll warrant no villain's exposition from me.
And she just rises up slightly and coils and shifts forward a few feet off her throne.
As this was going on, could I make a stealth check to see if I could just kind of like go down this corridor that's to my left?
Absolutely you can. With advantages of several pillars blocking line of sight between you and her.
That plus pass without a trace, I
Oh
think.
shit, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
99!
Are you in range?
True Liam O'Brien stealth level's about to happen.
So 24.
Yeah. You find it just ends in a 20-foot pit, at the bottom of which sits a bound and gagged Andromeda.
Oh, okay. All right. How far down does the pit look?
20 foot.
20 foot. All right. All right. I'll let this play out, but I've got ideas.
Okay. So, Queen Uriel shifts forward. She pulls out a short sword, which is from behind her back, which is just jewel encrusted. From even the blades seem to be just made of. It's stone. The blade is stone with just jewels interspersed along it, and what looks to be like a bone hilt. And she gives a great hiss and comes at you all for the finale encounter of our one shot. Please all roll initiative.
God, I've got advantage and I still roll such bad initiative every time.
This is concerning for me.
I rolled
Oh,
like
I don't
crap.
want that hide. No, 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 no.
Eurydice, you are up. Remember,
She's a speedy one.
remember the petrifying gaze.
So I have a question about this, just because I'm an idiot. So
I will only respond to questions if they take the form of question. Tell me, do you think about me?
Do you know how it feels?
do you
I
know
do.
how?
Yeah, go on.
So for spells that require you looking at them, like, does that mean the spells won't work because we can't look at her without turning to stone? Is that sort of what the understanding is?
Just checking the wording of it. What spell requires you specifically to look at somebody?
So it says
What
like you can
creature
choose a
you can
creature
see?
you see within range.
I suppose you can see them whilst averting their eye, whilst not looking them in the eye. Imagine if you were looking at the floor, you could cast enough of a glance to see her feet to know roughly where she is.
Her feet?
Well, her tail.
Things
Yeah,
or
do.
am
I would
crazy?
say you can cast the spell, but it is at disadvantage, same as an attack, because you can't accurately see them. I think we've lost. Oh, we've lost Vex. She really didn't like my answer about ruling.
Yeah, she was very adamant about not being first in the initiative.
Fuck this!
Get the fuck out of here.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Sorry, my internet's going all sorts of wonky. I don't understand.
That's okay.
Okay, so
So yeah, you can cast spells, but like that, but it would be at disadvantage.
she's gonna cast Hunter's Mark first.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for the posture check, Andfern. I don't know who Andfern is. I presume it's someone from the server.
I don't know why it didn't.
Because
Oh,
you're
I
not,
just do it.
It's because you're not
I just-
in Foundry or our session.
Oh,
You
it
need-
says I'm in Foundry.
No, I think
No,
you need
you're
to you need to close it and jump back to the link again. I think
Oh, I'm so sorry.
so it's not remotely your fault at all.
How
Can-
dare you?
Can you pop it in chat again so that I can?
Pop,
So I don't have to
which
scroll
part?
and find
it. The
link.
I think it's pinned actually. I don't want to go to it on mine because it will show my IP. But and I'll have to nuke the VOD like Dragna. But if you go to the chat,
Thank you, Monkey.
oh, excellent.
Sorry for the delay. Just imagine it's very dramatic preparation
Yeah,
happening.
it's like she's proper.
Kamehameha. All right, I'm back in. I should
Okay.
be able to do stuff now.
Yeah,
Let's see.
Your show's being back in, so you've Hunters marked it.
All right. And then she is going to use her Sword of Corey. She's going to get nice in there, still not looking, and is going to try to make an attack with disadvantage. So
I don't think you had her targeted, but that would have hit.
Oh, okay. Shit. So sorry. Let me try that again then.
Stop apologizing.
I'm sorry. Okay. I can't stop apologizing. I'm just going to keep doing it. So that is 12 points of damage, and then she's going to do her Hunter's Mark damage. Right off the bat for a solid 14, unless she's resistant to shit. So that's my first volley.
Okay, as your sword goes across her, you have a horrible moment where there's a sudden and you feel a mortally familiar sensation as the tangle of snakes on her head try to bite down on your arm with rapid speed. And although they miss, you just feel the graze of serpent fangs on your
that sets her completely off. It's a complete terror reaction from her.
Okay, so you had more to do?
No, I think that's it. I think she's gonna stay there because,
Okay.
as much as she's scared.
Sophia, you're up. Vulcan, you're next.
I probably heard the hiss, and I'm just calling out, "Here it is! Be careful!" And I'm casting Shield of Faith on her.
For when 21 AC just isn't enough.
Sure. I mean, you never know. And as my action, I am going to, not looking, cast a Sacred Flame on Queen Snakes.
Okay, so that's with disadvantage. Advantage on her saving throw, yeah. Which is a pain because, go on. Just click damage on it.
Okay.
And I'll just half it if needed.
It's a cantrip, so.
Oh, yeah. Okay, those flames leap up around her for a moment. Anything else from you, Sophia?
And so far, this is it.
Okay. Vulcan, it's you.
Vulcan kind of does a part turn around, and as he does so, his entire... any exposed skin suddenly looks like the glittering night sky as he's going to use the Cloak of Stars for being Nyxborn. Any attacks against him have disadvantage, and then he's going to move up. And
Love that Cloak of Stars.
Yep, then going to attack recklessly. So essentially, I'm cancelling out my blindness and cancelling out my reckless attack from her on me with Cloak of Stars. And I'm going to go ahead and start swinging, obviously trying to avoid her eyes.
Oof. Yeah, the spear goes in hard, and as it pierces, when you wrench it away, you almost see like purple glowing cracks that kind of spread out a couple of inches from points of impact. There's light shining out from inside her scales.
Nice. And the spear is just glowing with a white light. And that's the end of my turn.
As you finish with that and she recoils, she kind of coils back for a second and then darts forward with that horrid speed that so many sneaky things do, and she weaves between the pillars of a rapidly flying towards Sophia far too fast for your blows to even attempt to reach her.
Ooh.
And it is her turn as she comes bearing down with this sword wielded at the side on you, Sophia. And as she comes hurtling towards you across the tiled floor, there's just...
No spells will save your friends.
And she is going to slash out and strike at you, Sophia.
Rip.
First with her snake hair.
Yes, that is.
That's a lot of dice.
Then she will attempt to constrict you. The tail wraps around you. And then finally, with you... Oh, actually, has it made you do the save and throw? It hasn't challenged you to do the save and throw. That's quite annoying. Oh, no, you're grappled. It happens automatically. It is wrapped around you and you're caught in the coils and unable to move. She then levels the short sword at you and swings it horizontally. Somehow, the most narratively locked down, what should have been a guaranteed success hit in the world, misses. Maybe you took your head down and it swings over. But yeah, she has you.
After
Aralis.
meeting first encounter with
Oh, yeah.
snakes, I think I just kind of made myself tiny.
Aralis, you're up. You're next.
So when I was looking at Andromeda in the pit, did it look like there was anything in the pit with her?
No, nothing at all.
Okay, it's just like her in a hole.
Yeah.
All right. As a free action,
I'll give
I
it
stay.
behind you. You would hear the.
Yeah. So as a free action, I just call out to her, "Stay down," and I'm going to go ahead and as Uriel is kind of occupied with Sophia, I'm going to go ahead and move. So would I be considered flanking if I'm in this position?
I've not really been running with flanking, but you're certainly in attack range. But yeah, we're not ran with flanked. That first combat would have just been nightmarish with it on.
Okay. Well, in that case, if I'm not flanking, if I don't get those benefits, I'm going to go ahead and step back. And then I'm going to go ahead and throw a favored foe on her, as well as a hunter's mark as one of my as my bonus action. And I'm going to go ahead and, with my first attack, actually, I'm going to draw one of the special arrows, the second one of the day. This one is, it looks kind of like it has like fiery embers on it. And as I fire it, I shoot it behind the queen, and as it collides into the floor, it explodes into this like burst of smog and dust and vapor and embers, and out pops a Nyxborn lynx.
Oh, fuck! This is the one thing I didn't prepare. Let me have a look. Isn't it tiger, if I remember rightly?
Yeah, it's basically just a
With
tiger.
Nyxborn. Oh fuck! That's a saber-toothed tiger. Regular tigers are not large, are they?
I think they are. Yeah.
I don't think.
Oh
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay, I can fix that. I can fix that while we're continuing. Let's have a look. The tiger is large, so that's helpful. And remind me what the Nyxborn traits are. It's immune. It's resistance to necrotic and radiant. Was it?
Yes.
That's what I have.
Sure.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, that's what I have too.
Yeah. Cool. Awesome.
Okay,
That's
cool.
what they are. I don't know.
I wish I had a cooler token
All
for
right,
that.
so-
Imagine it being made of stars.
I know, right? And then with my second attack, I'm going to go ahead and fire at her with a mundane arrow. So this would be a mundane arrow through a magical weapon. So would it still count as a magical attack for you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Otherwise,
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted
yeah.
to make sure.
Otherwise, archers just get fucked. Do you know what? Give them a flavour and the Theros theme. We'll go with it being a fleece mane lion instead.
Ooh.
No idea what that is, but it's cool.
It's basically... Just imagine... I like to think that you have some control over what it summons, and you've just gone with something as close to Lion Daddy as you can summon.
All right, so it's going to be... I think the... Here, let me roll damage, but I think the lion goes after me, just in my initiative. I don't remember, though. So it's going to be... It's going to be 6 points of piercing plus 3 points from my bow. So it's 9 plus... plus an additional 10 for my hunter's mark and my... my bracers of archery. And then I'm going to throw in my dreadful smite or my dreadful attack into it. So an additional 1.
Okay, that's all done.
So 9 plus 10, so 20 total.
Yep, all done. Excellent. And then your fleece mane lion, or your Nyx lion, do you just want that to jump in and attack?
Let me just double check, yeah. It doesn't really say what initiative it goes on. So yeah, I guess we'll just go with it on its own initiative.
I think it has multi-attack. Yeah.
Oh, wait. Hold on. All right. So it is attacking?
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Do you not want it to attack her? Sorry, did I misunderstand?
Well, no, I was trying to figure out whether or not it has its own initiative or not, but it seems
you've summoned a creature, so I've just stuck it on the initiative as being after you, yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. So yeah, we will attack.
Okay, so it's bite misses and claws miss, but it's in the rumble now anyway, at least. As you do that and your turn comes to an end... no, I was thinking of... Let's have a look. These ones is one. She will have her snakes lash out at the lion in response for its attacks on her. Why has that not... Oh, I've clicked on the legendary action, not the actual
Snake,
ability.
yeah.
I know. How ridiculous. Hits the lion for... Oof.
Jesus.
Do you know what? I lowered its HP a bit to match the actual tiger, because the fleece mane has a lot, and then she's hit for almost all of that in one go. A very, very good dice roll. So yeah, these snakes all just turn, but its huge muscly flank is turned to the side, and just multiple snake bites just go piercing into the side, and it yowls and pulls back a bit. Eurydice, you're up. Sophia, you're next.
All right, so she's going to just draw on her power again and try to toll the dead.
Cool. Bong. Definitely should get a sound effect for Toll the Dead.
Well, we already know that Vex can do a fantastic gong sound.
Gong.
Spectacular.
Excellent.
I don't know why it hasn't got her... Oh, it has done it. I hate that delay so much.
No, it's because we have to click on it manually on my end.
Oh, she
So,
fails.
Ooh,
Yeah, so
nice.
she takes 17
So
damage.
Oof, that is sexy. Yeah. All right. And then what she is going to do is just move in closer behind her. Again, not looking, but she wants to be able to do some weapon attacks next. Need to not select the ruler, but
If it keeps doing it, you can just check. There we go, you got it.
there we go. All right, perfect. And I'm getting a spam call in the background, so that's my turn.
Okay. Also, actually, what would have just happened around the same time, I missed that. I missed something, sorry, is in the midst of you all, a huge number of ghostly snakes erupt out of the ground, from the pillars, from the floor, from the window to the wall, till the snake stripped down. Can you all please make me a DC 19 Constitution saving throw?
I'd rather not.
How about we lower that DC first, and then we can talk. Fuck.
So 15. Yeah, I fail.
No, you get it.
I got a natural 20. I was looking at Odysseys. Yeah, anyway. Yes!
Yeah, I was like,
I got
no.
a natural 20. Yeah, that's great.
Okay, everyone except Arylis, please mark yourself down as losing 6 HP. And Vulcan and Sophia, you are both poisoned. And you are both under the effect of the confusion spell. My bard is leaking. I don't get what you mean, Deck.
Does my Lynx have to make a
Oh shit!
Constitution saving throw?
It does. Yeah. Let me just do that. Con save and throw. All day, baby.
Yeah.
Vulcan and Sophia are under the effects of the confusion spell. That involves some annoying fiddly table rolling, which we'll get to when it's their turn. Eurydice, you feel the poison begin to sink in, but it doesn't touch you. Did I say Sophia? If I did, I meant Eurydice. It is Eurydice who is immune to poison.
Yes. So, do I take any damage?
You take none.
Amazing.
Why is it asking me what Eurydice will do with this huge template for snakes? It's nothing to do with her. Sophia, it's your turn.
Okay, well, not doing good at all. I just call out to...
Actually, sorry,
Snake?
Sophia, sorry to interrupt, but I think you need to roll your confusion effect at the start of the turn. Let me double check. Where are we? At the... You can't take reactions. Right, can you please roll me a D10, Sophia?
Just a D10?
Yes, please.
And D10?
Is that a 1? The creature uses all its movement to move in a random direction, and then there are rules on how that would work. However, you are grappled, so you actually... Basically, you can't... Oh, the creature doesn't take an action this turn. So your mind, just blasted by the effect of these snakes, you desperately wriggle and try to move away despite being firmly held in its grip. And you can't do anything, I'm afraid, this turn. You are confused and grappled. And as you attempt to move away, Eurydice just laughs. Sorry, Uriel laughs and will swing her sword out at Eurydice as she approaches on the side. Missing.
Eurydice just says, "Eat shit, bitch." And that's free action.
Vulcan, it is your turn, but yes, thank you for rolling a d10. The creature uses its action to make a melee attack against a randomly determined creature within its reach. If there is no creature within its reach, the creature does nothing this turn. Is your spear a reach weapon?
No.
It's not? Okay, cool. Is it?
No, it's pole arms like glaives are, but no, spears are just melee weapon.
It's not a 10 range weapon. Okay, cool.
Nope.
Okay.
You're checking this because you don't believe me, aren't
I
you?
absolutely am checking it because I don't believe you. No, I had it open because I didn't think you knew at first, and then I was already there. Okay, right. The Queen, with Sophia wrapped in her... wrapped up in the coils, will... Where is it? I've got
I just read on confusion, by the way. At the end of our turn, we make a whiz save, and it ends.
Oh, okay. Can Vulcan and Sophia please make that whiz save for me to shake that off?
What was the DC? I can't look.
It's 19.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry,
they-
19 to shake it off. So yeah, both still got it. Wrapped up, Sophia, you feel yourself being lifted slightly by these tight muscular coils. And although you're kind of confused and looking around, sort of somewhere in your mind, remembering to avoid her gaze, you just hear, "Look at me." And I need you to make a DC 14 Constitution saving throw.
Saving throw. Come on. We begin to pray.
Come on, yes!
Yes.
Nice. You resist the compulsion to look her in the eye. That is all she will do. Aralis, you were not confused, were you? You are up.
I'm very sane still. So I'm going to go ahead and keep my hunter's mark on her, and I'm going to go ahead and fire 2 more arrows. Wait. Oh, is Vulcan still poisoned?
I believe I am.
Yes, the poison is a poison of confusion and mental.
So would it count as being under the poison condition?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I'm going to first slide up next to him.
Oh, hello.
And as he's kind of looking befuddled and bewildered, I place my hand on his shoulder. What's that?
Have a little
Hey,
Vulcan
how
and a
you
whisper in your ear.
Oh, yeah. And I place my hand on his shoulder, and there's this kind of green incandescence that washes over him, and I'm going to go ahead and cast Lesser Restoration.
Nice.
Very nice.
So you are no longer poisoned, and I'm going to use my... Oh, wait. Shit, hold on. If I cast that, I have to drop my concentration spell? Or no, I don't.
That's not a
I don't.
concentration spell, so that should be fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I really play magic users, so this is exciting. And yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take another shot.
Oof.
So that's 12 plus... does the attack already add my my archery feature bonus?
It looks like it does from the multitude of buffs you're getting on the roll.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, so yeah. No, I don't get it.
Okay. Yeah, it just goes wide. Anything else from you?
Oh, wait. I don't think it does. Hold on. Because it should just be a +2, a straight up +2. Not that it matters with this.
Oh,
'cause
okay.
I guess
Right, yeah, I see
still
what you're saying,
missing here,
actually.
but-
No, it would have still missed, yeah.
Okay, yes, it was 14 I miss. And that's my turn.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to have my Lynx attack.
As you finish your attack, she will strike again at Sophia.
Okay, do you have like cutting words or something?
But misses. Don't know how it possibly keeps missing. Yes, and then you want your why am I closing everything by accident? You're gonna have
Yeah, I need my
the
Lynx to
Lynx
attack.
Let's untarget Sophia. Let's have that open, and it will make a bite,
Stay with me.
which hits, and it will make a claw, which misses.
6 points is better than nothing.
A little bit helps.
Okay, top of the round. Yeah, okay. Eurydice, you're up.
All right, so she's just going to use her Quarry Blade and try to make an attack.
hits.
Nice. Uh, 13 plus 6.
Plus 6. Oh, yeah, because you're Hunter's Mark.
And she's also going to use her Divine Smite again.
Oh, wrong one.
Let's. Oh. And she's going to do it at. What's my spell slots? I can do it. She'll do it at level 3 again.
So yeah, those powers, those magic powers of sort of granted to you by Persephone, your patron, sort of coalesce around the blade as it comes swinging in and just tears through the side.
Rip and tear. So it's another 18 points.
Yeah. And what was the damage of your? It was a 4 for your Hunter's Mark.
Yes.
As you're doing this and you rake the blade along her, you just see more of that purple light shining through, and just bits of scale come dropping off and flaking down to the floor beneath your attack.
Oh, that's lovely. That's a lovely sight.
And as you do, she will again, with the snakes, have them lash out at you, Eurydice, in immediate response to your attack. And this time, you're waiting for it, and you just slash out and you take the heads off a couple of snakes as they shoot towards you. Anything else from Eurydice?
That is her turn.
Sophia, it's you. Vulcan, you're next.
Okay, let's see how bad she's confused. This is bad.
Yes, let's have a look. That is, again, you try to move. I'm afraid your turn is wasted once again. Make me your save to try and shake off... Make your con save to try and shake off the poison again.
Whiz.
Whiz.
Wisdom?
Although,
Yeah,
is
wisdom.
it different than regular confusion?
No, it's just a confusion spell.
Oh.
Oh, and you remain confused. Vulcan, it's you.
Did the poison healing spare me confusion, or am I still confused?
You are confused as a result of the poison. So now that the poison is gone, you are no longer confused.
Excellent. Originally, he was going to fly into a rage after seeing Sophia getting attacked, because although she is a competent and powerful warrior, he still feels protective over her. But also now he's just really angry after having been confused for 2 turns. So he's going to fly into a rage.
Give me your rage rolls, please.
For Heliod! And he's going to attack it with the spear. So yeah, again, I'm attacking recklessly, but balanced out by not looking.
Oof.
And as I do so and fly into a rage, my ancestral nymph spirits start flying around her, and she has a disadvantage to attack anyone other than me.
My thanks to your neck.
Yeah, she's looking sore. There is a large amount of that purple glowing now. You're saying she has disadvantage attacking anybody except you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else from you?
Nope.
She drops Sophia, turns to you, and surges forward in your direction. And
She would actually also have disadvantage against me because of the Cloak of Stars.
Yeah. How long does Cloak of Stars last again?
1 minute. I was going to reckless attack, but I forgot, so she doesn't get it.
Oh, wrong one. And she will strike out at you. Why is that not rolling for me? I have you targeted.
So I might need to make sure she's selected or something.
Yeah, let me go back to her and try that again. Don't know why I did that. Wow.
Ooh, she sucks.
Terrible. Yeah, terrible round for her. Aralis, you're up.
How is everyone on health?
Uriel could do a bit of healing.
What'd you say, Sophia?
I'm not looking up well. I'm a bit below half.
Eurydice's fine, so use it on her.
How are we on time, people? Is anyone looking at the clock going, Jesus fucking Christ, I have an appointment to get to, or bed?
No, I'm good.
No, I'm good.
Still good, but I probably will start to show in a lot.
Yeah.
So my first one misses. Oh my god, I'm rolling an ass. Second one misses too, so both arrows go wide.
Okay.
Let me see if I have a bonus action. Oh, yes, I do. Okay, so bonus action. I'm going to go ahead and let me just double check something. So in this corner, back down by Sophia, actually right next to her, I focus, and Sophia, you would, and Eurydice would see from the floor up this green spectral fawn begin to materialize, and I'm going to go ahead and cast Healing Spirit.
Ooh. I think I'm mostly barely holding on, but something within me is probably accepting that this one is friendly.
So yeah. Until the spell ends. Oh shit! Yeah. Well, you know what? Fine. It's fuck it. I'm dropping my hunter's mark for this.
Okay.
So So at the start of your on the start of your turn, Sophia, you roll 1d6 and you get that back in hit points.
Thank you very much.
I just like to think that throughout this combat where she's been hit, bit with snake hair, wrapped up in a big coil of a snake, sliced of a sword, confused, that Sophia is still clutching this plant pot with both hands.
Oh, absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah. Got to.
Okay, so how much was she healed for?
At the start of her turn, she gets 1d6.
Okay. Anything else from Aralis?
No, that's it.
Lion will make its attacks again. Okay. Top of the round. Queen Uriel slams her tail down to the floor, and rocks and dust just scatter down from the ceiling, and the tiles themselves seem to shift and suddenly become jagged. The floor has... Oh no, do you know what? I've got lair actions and legendary actions mixed up. So I'll say that was in response to the end of Aralis' turn to avoid rolling all that back. The floor tiles all shatter and sort of jagged up, stemming, 30 foot from the middle of the room, which is effectively the room. The room is now difficult terrain, and anyone who moves other than Uriel will take 2d8 piercing damage for every 5 feet they move on these spikes.
Ooh. It's like spike growth on steroids.
It is, and that was at the end of Aralis and the Fleece Main Lion's turn. So top of a round, it is Odysseys. It's only taken me 5 hours to start pronouncing her name properly.
Totally good. All right, so she's gonna hit it with the sword again. Let's try this.
Hits.
26. 14, and then we're gonna do another d6. That's 19 total. Great. Let's fucking go.
Something I forgot to say at the start of this round as well. You all feel a sudden surge and a bit of like a jock. A jock or a sholt? A shock or a jolt?
I don't feel a jack.
Jump into you as you just feel a presence of a multitude of divine eyes looking down upon you. You are absolutely certain that a multitude of gods have their eyes upon you, watching these events unfold at the moment. You have all received... Why are you laughing?
Shed load. Because I have my character sheet open, I can see how much temporary HP I've got.
Yeah, you have all just received the buff Champion of the Gods. You each have 50 temporary HP added on, and you each have a further bonus to your attack and your damage, because this fight was meant to have a phase 2, but I'm very aware how long I've kept you all here. So you have received the buffs now before phase 2. So yeah, you all have those steroids added to you. 50. Oh, you what? You all had 5. Has it come through as 5,000? Oh, that is a
It
mistake.
came through as 5,050.
You should have all had 50 and 50. I'm not sure how that's happened. Let me just amend that. That's obviously a mistake in how I typed it.
No, I think we should keep the 5,050.
Well,
Yeah,
it just becomes...
like, listen, we're putting on a show for the gods right now.
Yeah,
We're
it just becomes
this is
a
Super Bowl.
boring...
We're basically gods.
There we go. That should have been fixed. Oh no, it hasn't for Vulcan.
It hasn't for me either yet.
Oh, is it putting it back on whenever I finish?
I mean, I manually edited it, but yeah.
Okay, I'll track it. If it was more than 50 to anybody else, I'll start tracking manually. So yeah, Odysseys. Was that everything for you?
Yes, because I don't have any. I haven't taken damage yet, so I can't do my hellish rebuke. But once I can, you'll all see.
I'm going to remove her HP by a further 1 to reflect the +1 you would have got to your damage before.
Amazing,
that.
thank you.
And with that, she dies. No. Okay, Sophia, it's you, Vulcan. You're next.
How confused I am.
Oh shit! Of course, yeah.
Comes the one. I can't.
You also get to roll 1d6 for HP.
So an 8 on your confusion. You make... Well, good news for you, Sophia. You use your action to make a melee attack against a randomly determined creature within range. You only have the 1, so it can only be her. So you get to make an attack against Queen Uriel.
Apologies in advance. I have enough presence of mind to say that.
Yeah. Yeah, that hits. Roll damage. Yeah, she's looking hurt.
Is there if I hurt any of us?
And did you roll your d6 for your healing, or is that 2 for your healing?
Healing.
You're not, but it matters now. You just got that steroid boost. Let me just add. You still show as a green bar. Let me up your HP. 29.
The healing spirit
Okay,
just
good.
nuzzles you.
Yeah, Vulcan, it's you. Aralis, you're soon.
The spirit.
I avert my
Just sucking the
eyes,
spirit, it feels tender.
but I'm going to continue to attack recklessly to balance it out.
And you just feel, you feel with these strikes more than any point in your life. You can almost feel the warm hand of Heliod closing around yours, guiding your spear. Don't know why that sounded kind of Greco-sexual, but there you go.
Grab my spear, Lord.
It's midnight.
Nice.
Why am I drinking an energy drink? Fuck.
22, 21, and 14 damage.
Yeah, those are some
striking
big
wildly.
hits.
And it still has disadvantage against anyone but me.
Okay, is that the end of you?
Mhm.
Uriel comes hurtling closer to you, Volcan, and just all of that previous smugness before just lost. Just look at me! I need you to make me a DC 14 Constitution saving throw, Volcan. Oh, all day, and then she is going to swing her sword at you. And have
Eat
her
shit.
snakes bite out at you. So much shit being eaten. Aralis, it's you.
Dick. So feeling this kind of bolstered divine energy, Arliss is going to race to the other corner of the opposite side of the room. And she's going to withdraw a third arrow. This one seems to be covered in like these coppery, flaky textures. And she aims it at the throne. And she's going to go ahead and fire. And when she does fire... Oh, actually, I'm going to move back a little bit.
I'm very interested in what this is going to be.
So she fires the arrow at the throne, and when it collides with the throne, you watch as, at the point of impact, these brambles begin to erupt, and she's going to go ahead and create a wall of thorns.
Ooh. I thought like you were
And
going to try
it's
and
gonna
like
be-
awaken the throne. I was like,
I mean, we can go full Beauty and the Beast with this if we want.
Be my
Actually,
guest.
I'm not aiming for the throne. I'm going to aim for the brazier back here, and it's
Okay.
going to collide, and it'll get in between my lynx and homegirl. But it is what it is. And so I need. I believe I would actually. Vulcan and I don't think Sophia would, but Vulcan might. Would need to make a dexterity saving throw.
So where are you? Are you dropping this with the drawing tool? Are you?
But I don't know Foundry, so you're just gonna have to give me a minute.
That's
here.
okay. I can do it for you. So where are you wanting it to go? What are its dimensions?
It's 60 feet long, and it's 5 feet wide.
And you want it to be like what? So I've dropped it here for now. Do you want it like differently to that? Where did you
Start
see
from
this go?
here.
Yeah.
I'm clicking on it right now.
Yeah.
And then I want it to cut diagonally through 60 feet through in between the lynx and queen homegirl, and just go cut through down that way.
Okay. I think doing it diagonal will be a real piece of shit.
Well,
That's fine. So you want it diagonally across the room,
yes.
from here to
It's
what,
basically
like
just going to
there?
separate the lynx and Andromeda from the rest of the party and her.
Okay, so Sophia will be trapped in there, yeah?
No, Sophia would be on the other side.
Okay, cool. Yeah, got you. Excellent. Right, anything else from you? You got another attack? haven't
Well, so everyone needs to make a dex save. Well, not everyone. The lynx, the queen, and then I think Sophia would need to make a dex save. Sophia and maybe Vulcan, if it's within 5 feet.
you? Nat 20 on the lynx.
Nice.
Uriel makes it.
All right, so the DC was fairly low. Your DC doesn't have to make it.
Oh, shit,
So
I'm
I
sorry.
rolled 78 damage.
78 damage on what? Uriel.
So anyone who saved against that takes half of 38. So what is that? 14? No, that's not 14. 24. No, is that 24? I don't know math.
You're 19.
17.
Is it not 19?
19. Numbers.
Math is hard. I don't care. So yeah, 19 points of slashing damage.
Also, from crossing the room, you crossed from here, didn't you? The 25 foot you moved from there to there.
Ooh, spiky floor.
Yeah, because you would have taken that movement from going across the spiky terrain. Or was it, or were you there? I feel like you weren't right up against the wall, were you? You were kind of behind the pillar. So that would be 2d8.
What's that?
Well, you moved from where I just put you here to there, didn't you? And
Yeah.
she obviously, she fucked all the tiles up into spiky terrain, so that's 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I got 50 XP, so it's fine.
So that'll be 6
HP.
68. So moving across there, you would have taken 21. I'm going to write it down because the thing's being fucked. So that's until it gets to 50, I don't give a shit. Okay. So yeah, she takes a lot of damage from that. Your Fleece Mane Lion attacks.
It's still giving me 50-50, by the way.
We'll sort it.
So I don't think, as much as I'd love for him to attack, I don't think he can through the wall.
Oh shit! Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just put that back on her. Of course, foolish from me. So what do you think it would do? Because if it would move away, it's got so little health that if it attempts to move whatsoever, it will die to the spikes. But I can't.
Yeah, it'll come back. It's fine. Basically like a familiar. I don't expect it to.
Okay.
Fades after an hour anyway.
Yeah. Odysseys, you're up.
All right. We're gonna do what we're good at and try to swing away.
Don't look at her.
Not this time, apparently. All right. I think. I think that's all I can do. Because I don't have another action. So yeah, she's just gonna stay there and hold tight.
She has an action, though, and in response to you attacking her, even though her attention seems to be fixed on Vulcan, she makes a somewhat half-hearted swipe with her sword out towards you, which misses.
That's lovely.
As you parry it away.
Oh, nice sound.
Sweet.
Sophia, you're up.
Please,
Are
please,
you
please,
confused?
Please, another one. Please, another one.
A 5. That is... You don't move or take actions this turn.
Can I at least make a saving throw for this?
You can absolutely make your saving throw to see if you shake it off.
Please, what is it? Wisdom?
Yeah.
Oh, damn it.
No.
I'm going to be here until forever.
Oh.
Or you got us with fun to keep you company.
And she, in fact, as you kind of stand there, unable to really do anything, even though Uriel is facing down Vulcan, these snakes turn around and lash out and bite towards you as you're stood there. And they miss at you. Vulcan, it's you.
I'm partly attacking for damage and partly to maintain this disadvantage, so I'm going to carry on looking away and attacking recklessly.
Okay. Oh.
Yes!
Oh.
Nice.
Nice. Fuck her up.
Yep. Your
37.
spear drives straight through into her. Now, if it hadn't been so late, this is a mythic encounter in which normally, this is one of the Theros things where a whole phase 2 happens. The way phase 2 normally takes place is the creature is healed to full, and then there is another effect. But I'm aware that 2 European people here, it is well, 3 including me, but I don't give a shit. It is probably not wise to double the length of this fight. So although normally I would have had the purple scale and the light I've described, she would have erupted out from her like a shed form pretty much, would move her full movement of getting attacks of opportunity and would have healed to full and effectively doubled the length of the fight. We are not going to have that happen, but I wanted to give you that narrative to reflect your gallant, heroic efforts. But between the lot of you, Vulcan's spear just drives into her and a blast of that light comes through. As she sort of recoils back in horror, Odysseys drives with both hands the core blade in. Arylis just unleashes a few arrows in. As funny as it would be to describe Sophia standing there drooling in confusion, she would have also shaken it off and come in with the rapiers as well. The group of you just hack and drive down Queen Uriel into a quivering pile of... Was that you toggling your rage effect? You just group around her with your respective weapons and skills and just hack her down to the floor.
Can I at least say that sometimes during the entire thing, I am going to use the pot from the potted plant as a thrown item and just whack her on the head?
You absolutely can improvise double-handed plant pot over the head. On Queen Uriel, it just smashes a few of her snakes to a complete mush, and
yes, I absolutely do.
And Queen Uriel, Queen of the Gorgons, ruler of the Isle of Sarpedon and widow of Acreos the Stonehearted, is killed and is slain and is cut down by the giant slayers and Gorgon slayers of Meletis. The killing blow to both husband and wife, delivered by a tiny little satyr with a plant pot over the head.
Yes.
Sophia, slayer of giants, slayer of gorgons, saver of plants.
The MVP.
And yes, she is killed.
Super
What
cool.
a moment.
Congratulations, heroes.
Real hero is the potted plant. I need to put it.
Her
I
only...
can't believe this party just adopted a fucking plant. I love that. It speaks in like little, fucking harpsichord notes.
She actually had immunity to all damage unless within 10 feet of a potted plant.
Oh, that makes sense.
Okay, got it.
So Andromeda in the pit is easily rescuable, and your ship awaits you outside. Were you to have spent time looting this place, I'm now going to convert this map to global illumination so you can see the excellent work of the Mad Cartographer. Has that lit up for everybody now?
Not
sorry, I
yet.
think you still have token
Not yet.
vision. I think if I remove them, you will probably now see the full map.
Great to see in black.
Yes.
I could see it, yeah. I mean, it's
Now
all just
I'm
lit by
seeing.
torchlight, but yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
wow.
gonna-
Oh my
I'm gonna
God,
put
what a
it
map.
to daylight. It should be getting brighter now. Were you to have spent the time investigating this place, you would have quite likely found the hidden doorways leading into her
doors. Oh my God.
extensive treasure room, and you would have left this place filling Garithos's ship laden with over 80,000 gold and assorted jewels.
Yes.
The throne, the snakes above the archways were each worth 10,000 gold each. You would have made mad bank. And had you spent the time or brought people back who could have reanimated the statues, you would have found powerful warriors, merchant princes, would-be heroes and adventurers, but you would have restored to life. Yes, a great deal of life-changing wealth here. Is there anything in character that you folks would like to resolve or say before we wrap this up?
Arliss would just like
Probably.
to.
Sorry,
Go on.
you first.
Oh, I was just going to say, when we sail back to, was it Melitus?
Melitus.
When we sail back to Melitus, bringing back our treasure, our hoard, and the unpetrified heroes, there will be a nice little night, I guess, between the party, perhaps, where some revelry, some celebration, and Arliss will get down with Lion Daddy at some point.
Nice.
He would have been. You would have found when you went to seek him out. You would have found that he had been attempting to find you as well.
Oh yeah, well, we spend the entire night just doing it. But in the morning, he wakes up to find an empty bed because I have decided to bounce and I'm back on my travels.
Okay. Excellent. Sophia, you were going to say something.
Yes. Probably I'm going to make myself known to our young oracle by stumbling and barely managing to finally shake up confusion and said, I did say that we have your back. Ouch! As I kind of hit the wall at one point. Put that there.
Very good. And what would Sophia have done when you got back to the city? Please don't all say seek out Lion Daddy or it would have turned into a very close party encounter.
That's how we bonded together over that 5 years.
It got so cold in the hills.
You know.
Repeated bonding.
Eurydice would, before she returned to her queen and king, she would have spoken to the young Irina lookalike and said, it's never going to work between us, but if you're ever in the underworld, give me a call, and would depart very mysteriously.
Excellent. And Vulcan.
He would spend some time buying some snake juice for everyone, making sure to spend plenty of cash on supplies, and after farewells are said, he needs to head back to trying to hunt down the Minotaur god of warfare, Mogus, his true calling.
Woohoo.
Excellent. Well, with that, for our viewers, of which I've kept a surprising amount of for a stream of almost 6 hours, I would say thank you very much, everyone, for having the time to play this and for being excellent players. And I will end the stream here. And maybe in the future, we'll do another one of these. Maybe in Theros, maybe another setting. We'll have a chat and see who'd be interested and see what we can sort out. But yeah, thank you very much, everyone, for viewing.
Thank you.
Thank you, viewers.
Thank you.
Y'all come back now.